should be able to hear it when you put on your earphones, yeah. Yeah, nice. It's very weird to hear yourself speak, yeah. Hi guys, ready to start? Yeah. I'll be looking at my watch just to make sure we're keeping on time. You're not boring me. Take as long as you want. Okay. Good morning. Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for joining us. I know it's quite difficult to get here at 9:15 in the morning, especially when it's raining, so really appreciate you joining us today. Some housekeeping rules. If you put on your headphones, you'll be able to hear everyone a lot better. And it's also so the people watching on the live stream can hear us as well. I think that's all the housekeeping rules. Yes. Very importantly, don't run away with the headsets because Charlotte will run after you and you'll get into lots of trouble. So yes, please leave them on your seats when you're done. Fantastic. So welcome to our panel, Adapting in Adversity, the Role of Governance in Climate Adaptation. I'm Anna Renfrew. I work for Mercy Corps, which is an organisation working in over 40 countries around the world, responding to climate change, conflict and instability, helping people survive humanitarian crises and helping them build better lives. We know that for countries characterized as fragile and conflict affected, that the climate crisis has exposed new sets of vulnerabilities that make it difficult to cope, adapt, and thrive. Many of these nations are geographically exposed to extreme and persistent climate hazards, and the same characteristics that define them as fragile, often so weak institutions, poor governance, and conflict also ensure that they struggle to cope. Too frequently, we also find that fragility itself serves as a barrier to receiving climate adaptation finance, which is a lifeline for many communities around the world. So some Mercy Corps is that in 2022, there was a total of 32 billion mobilized for climate adaptation finance globally. But for the top 10 most fragile states, they received less than 1% of total flows. So a tiny, tiny amount. As an organisation that has been working at the intersection of climate change, conflict and fragility for a decade, our programming experience has shown us that while situations of fragility and conflict do present unique challenges to climate adaptation, these barriers are already being overcome by those on the front lines of the crisis. So, I should say before we move on, Mercy Corps are very proud to endorse the common principles for effective finance and action for relief, recovery and peace, which have been championed by the UK. Maybe Peter, I'll ask you about that later. These principles provide clear guidance on how to deliver effective, conflict-sensitive climate adaptation in places affected by fragility. So, without further ado, I will introduce our excellent panelists who are going to showcase that peace and governance interventions often are adaptation actions as they create an enabling environment that supports climate adaptation in many of the places that we're talking about. So, Ruth Rhodes Allen, hi, is the President and Chief Collaboration Officer at CDA. In this role, she weaves learning partnerships to tackle pressing questions that challenge humanitarian development and peace-building efforts today and into the future. Ruth has over 20 years of experience in development and peace-building and has worked in over 30 countries from Somalia to Myanmar, designing and leading programs that build on community resilience in the face of social, political, and environmental systems-level challenges. She previously worked at Mercy Corps as our Director of Governance and Partnerships and founded Viewfinder International. Thank you. Peter Bentley, right there at the end, is the head of the Adaptation and Resilience team at the UK Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. This team covers the policy and central programmes on international adaptation and resilience for the UK, as well as the UNFCCC adaptation and loss and damage negotiations. He previously led on disaster risk financing and insurance for FCDO and helped set up the Centre of Disaster Protection. Prior to this role, he worked in humanitarian response for Save the Children, working across East Africa in South Sudan, Uganda, Kenya, and Ethiopia. My colleague, Olga Petroniak, who is our Senior Director of Resilience in Africa. Olga is an inclusive, impact-orientated senior leader with over 20 years of experience designing delivering and growing high-value, high-impact programming at the intersect of climate change, adaptation, food and water systems, market development, and good governance. We're also joined by David Abudo. David is a climate justice advocacy advisor for Oxfam International and also the climate justice lead for Oxfam Africa. Working across more than 24 countries in Africa, David has been working in the civil space for 20 years, championing the rights of communities vulnerable to the climate crisis. Thank you, David. And last but not least, we are joined by Bharati Chaturvedi, who is the founder of Chintan, the Environmental and Research Action Group. Chintan is best known for its work on waste, air pollution and climate change, with collective action at its centre. Chintan takes cross-cutting research for informing policy and environmental cooperation. Bharati was also the winner of the first ever Innovation Award for Empowerment of Women and Girls and the 2009 Johns Hopkins Knowledge of the World Award. Thank you, everyone. Okay, amazing. We're going to dive straight into questions. I'll start with you, if that's okay. Given your vantage point, what do you think that donors or implementers often get wrong when trying to untangle climate and conflict dynamics, and how does governance show up or not show up in these considerations?
Thanks so much for the question, Anna, and thanks for organizing the panel. Please come on in, have a seat. We're just getting started, and hello to everyone who's also on the live stream or watching this after it's been recorded. We're going to actually start out with a quick poll, and it'll start to answer the question. Okay, so if you were forced, people in the audience and also looking to people on the panel, if you were forced to say, I'm a governance person, a peace person, or a climate person, how many people would say, you can't choose more than one, how many people would say, I'm a governance person?
Just you.
How many people would say I'm a peace person? How many people would say I'm a climate person? Okay. And how many people would say, if you weren't forced to say one, how many people would say all three? How many people would say at least two of those? All right. So it's good to know that this is a group of systems thinkers. And that's where we're getting started today, because I think one of the failures that we see as CDA through our research in everywhere from coastal Fiji with displaced people to the Peruvian Amazon with indigenous women to the United States, where history of erasure during the US gold rush meant that indigenous people lost their rights. We see the intersection of these issues everywhere we look. And community members don't think as governance silos, as peace silos, as climate silos. They think about their families. They think about nature and their relationship with resources. They think about the changes that are happening. And so why should climate finance, why should good governance issues, why should interventions of peace building not also be climate interventions, not also be things that help us support social cohesion and the foundational elements of good governance? This is something that we're trying to understand how to reverse engineer some of the silos that keep us separated. And doing so means we have to stop thinking about just the policy solutions and the top-down interventions, but listening deeply to communities to say, what is your definition of resilience? How can governance be a part of that? How can peace building be a part of that? How can climate adaptations be a part of that? And how can they each work together? So thinking about, instead of simplifying these complex issues, appreciating that they are complex. They have to be. Communities understand the complexities. Communities sit with the complexities. Our work, whether it's climate finance or governance interventions or peace-building interventions, has to embrace that complexity too and be led by communities. So I'll pause there, and then we can talk a little bit about some of the specifics as we go further.
Fantastic, thank you. So I'll move on to Olga. Olga, Mercy Corps has worked at the intersection of climate, conflict and fragility for over a decade. It would be great to hear from you what lessons you've learned over that time and what challenges still remain. We're in the lucky position that you have been at Mercy Corps for a while, so you have lots of institutional memory that you can share with us.
Thanks for the reminder. Thanks so much, and thanks so much, Ruth. That was a really difficult question to answer, precisely because Mercy Corps is a multi-mandate organization. So we work across to deliver and enhance access to humanitarian aid, economic development, and peace assistance to support communities to meet their full range of needs and aspirations, help them to cope and adapt and thrive, and ultimately emerge from the global crises, including climate change. And I just wanted to also emphasize that we really partner with those who are most marginalized, have the least access to services, those that are really at risk of extreme poverty or are already in poverty. And these are the communities that, as Ruth mentioned and Anna mentioned, these are least responsible for the global crisis, global climate crisis, but really bear the disproportionate burden. And this is where we've seen only 2.1% of climate finance going into these contexts. So in terms of what we've learned, I'd like to focus on the African continent, which is the focus of my work, and where we work in 13 out of the 18 countries that are characterized as conflict affected by the World Bank. And again, this is where the climate crisis is playing out today, causing massive displacement, upending people's ability to make a living, and really playing out on a day-to-day basis. So I think the first thing we've learned, and this lesson came actually just over a decade ago, is that investing in peace and good governance actions actually helps communities cope with the climate crises and events that are in front of them. And I'd like to take you guys back actually to the 2011 and 2012 Horn of Africa drought, which affected 10 million people across Kenya, Ethiopia, Somalia. This was kind of a big moment of reckoning for the international donor community at the time, because they saw that investing millions of dollars in development without a focus on adaptation could basically undermine all those gains when a major crisis like the drought struck. And at this time, you saw people's entire livelihoods completely decimated. Interestingly, we were working on a peace building program in Ethiopia at that time that had nothing to do really with drought resilience. That wasn't the focus of the program at all. The country faced border conflicts where essentially administrative lines, boundaries were drawn along ethnic lines. There was a lot of cross-border conflicts. And particularly this affected communities who were reliant on livestock. These boundaries affected their grazing pattern, their access to water and pasture. So as the devastation of the drought was playing out around us, we began to hear anecdotally from the communities who were participants in our peace and good governance interventions, oh no, actually we're okay. We're able to negotiate with our neighbors, in the other community to be able to access the market or able to access resources. And we ended up taking all these anecdotes and did a quantitative study. And it was our first empirical piece of research that actually demonstrated that communities who had access to these peace and good governance interventions had greater freedom of movement and access to resources than comparison groups, number one. And two, those that had that greater for freedom of movement and access to resources were less likely to engage in negative coping strategies during the drought. Fast forward another decade, we just saw the 2021 to 2023 drought playing out across the Horn of Africa, 36 million people affected. And again, we noticed that even within a country like Ethiopia, those regions that have the greatest amount of institutional fragility are those where people are least likely to be able to cope with the disaster. So over that decade, we began to then not just look at coping, but how could we support communities, partner with them to ensure that they were less affected by future disasters. And what we really began to pay attention to is how a deficit in peace and good governance fundamentally affected those long-term adaptation actions, both through direct causes, but also through downstream effects. And of course, perhaps in retrospect, the link is quite obvious, but it was rarely talked about, and we can take a simple example of like land governance, right? Where people don't have land tenure insecurity, where they don't have clear land titles, where zones aren't clearly demarcated. What would be their incentive to invest, say, in regenerative agriculture, which takes 4, 5, 6 years to yield on a return on investment, where they don't know if, as somebody who's a sharecropper or who's borrowing land, if they're going to have that, if that land even in a couple months. And I think the downstream effects also became very clear. One of the things that we learned from our teams, and Anna mentioned to it, is like when places are labeled as fragile, they are not receiving the finance, but they're not receiving the finance, so they're also not receiving access to technology. They have less information. They have limited private sector engagement in these areas. So this all affects climate adaptation actions. 2 more points, if you bear with me. The third thing that we began to learn and that came into stark relief with the communities that we were working with on the ground is that a deficit in peace and good governance coupled with extreme exposure to climate change really creates a negative feedback loop where those communities that are most exposed to fragility and conflict are most climate affected, and that contributes to more conflict. And I'll just give an example actually from our FCDO funded Justice and Stability Program, JAS, in the Sahel, where we did an assessment that found that systemic failure in rainfall or erratic rainfall doesn't have to be a drought. The unpredictability of rainfall is increasing and causing conflict almost on every single level. Intra-household dynamics, greater strain in familiar relationships, intra-family dynamics, where there's increased competition over scarce lands because land is less productive and yields are less certain. And of course, inter-community conflict across farmers, but also across farming and herding communities. I think the really important thing to note, though, is that we often think of this as a community-to-community conflict, but what we were also seeing from our assessments in the Sahel is that when communities were not supported by climate adaptation actions, they ultimately increased their grievances towards their state. They found that the state was essentially failing them because it could not provide them with basic services to help them adapt. And so this kind of breaks down the society-state relationships, and this is where you start seeing potentially people joining armed groups, et cetera. And again, this came out from some of our assessments in the JAS program, where people basically said that, we're supposed to have land commissions in these areas that are supposed to help us resolve these issues, but they're not funded. We don't see them present. Or as people had to go to use the court system, for example, to help resolve disputes, they said, the court system is only for the wealthy. Those are only the people that benefit from it. So some of these things clearly came out. I think the fourth and final point, and last one, if you'll bear with me, is that we're learning that there are a lot of things that we can do to address these dynamics, and that we do have to do 2 things at once, which is to actively promote peace and good governance and climate change adaptation. And there are things that work. So for example, again, to use the example of JAS, we're partnering with both communities and government to help reform and increase access to land commissions, specifically working to make these more inclusive of women and youth, ensure that communities feel more represented by these institutions. More broadly, facilitating kind of community-driven peace processes aimed at strengthening social cohesion at multiple levels. But importantly, these are coupled with adaptation measures. So we're working to provide market access to climate resilient inputs, working with the private sector to increase access to feed and fodder, working with the government on landscape level restoration measure and providing access to technologies. So coupling these governance actions with some of the adaptation measures, we're seeing that not only is this reducing grievances and conflicts, but reinstating creating sort of a faith in state-based institutions, enabling access to services, and promoting long-term adaptation. I'll stop there, Anna. Thank you.
Thank you, Olga. That's fantastic. David, a very similar question for you. It'd be great to hear from you about some of the programs that Oxfam has been implementing. They have really been a sort of leading voice in this area. And yeah, we'd love to know what lessons you have learned from Oxfam's climate adaptation programming over the years.
Thank you. That's a very useful question. But maybe for the benefit of the audience, including those who are joining us online, it would be good to just to bring you up to speed about what Oxfam does in the world. Many of you may be aware of our humanitarian facet of work. Oxfam started as a humanitarian organization in the 40s. And to that extent, we still support communities in fragile contexts throughout the world. But broadly, right now, based on the influencing and programming work that we do, we see ourselves as a movement of people in at least 90 countries fighting poverty and working together to beat inequality. And so in that sense, many of you who've been following the COP deliberation, from the opening ceremony you heard about Secretary General quoting one of the seminal reports that Oxfam has produced, Inequality Kills Report. That shows you some of the work that Oxfam does. Oxfam is at the forefront of generating knowledge products that really speak to the issues that are relevant in this space, linking climate justice work, linking humanitarian work, linking issues within the just economy space, and also governance issue, because if we take the systems approach, all these issues are connected, and that is the approach that we bring to our work. Within the space of Africa, and I'll speak more specifically on adaptation, our work with countries in about 24 countries that we have a presence really helps to connect decision makers with the policy spaces that are important, in the sense that if you look at adaptation governance, the primary issue is the involvement of voices, community voices, involvement of other stakeholders to come up with policies and laws and frameworks that really speak to adaptation. In the context of COP, for example, we know that adaptation has not reached the political elevation that mitigation, or for example, campaign to lower temperature to 1.5 degrees has reached. So we are pushing for narratives that elevates this. And specifically, again, looking at adaptation in the context of commitment to double adaptation financing, looking at that space, we have been engaging with leadership across Africa at the national level and a subnational level to ensure that the policies, the governance structures that they come up with actually builds not only the knowledge and awareness base of communities so that we move along with everyone, but also increases the absorptive capacity. Because if we talk about financing and you look at subnational level, you realize that at the subnational level, many instances, in many contexts, although they have the laws, like for example, the Climate Change National Adaptation Strategy of South Africa, or the National Adaptation Strategy of Ghana, or even Kenya. One of the findings from our implementation is that the absorptive capacity and the capacity to engage more broadly at the subnational level is still missing. So that's a missing link that we try to link up with in our programming. But the other important point to note is that within the adaptation space, most of communities and stakeholders are not aware of what adaptation is, in the sense that when one of the surveys that we did asked people between adaptation and climate finance what they've understood or what their sense of it is, that majority could not relate adaptation to the climate crisis happening in their context. That is at community level. And that shows you that there's a communication gap. So broadly, if you look at implementation, governance, there could be policies, there could be laws that are in place, but in reality, there's a disconnect between the laws and the practice and the involvement and inclusion of communities in the wider adaptation discourse that's ongoing. Finally, the other point to note is that within the COP space that we are in right now, there are calls, for example, to finalize the UAE Belém framework, to have tangible goals on tangible indicators on adaptation. But the most important thing is that let us push so that this doesn't become another reporting mechanism. Let us focus on building a process, not only the quantum, not only the metrics that will come out of it, but let us put fidelity to the entire process so that we truly move communities with us in this discourse. A lot of times from these discussion spaces, technical people will input into the text and beautiful write-ups will come out. But the reality of it is that translating this and also contributing to the wider systemic change around the architecture to deliver the financing, for example, around the governance, from the global to the lower level. Those are issues that we need to speak up to. So we will make beautiful, technical input into, what should be included in the text and what not. But the reality is that there's got to be a way in which everything connects to the grassroots. I'll stop there, but happy to continue with this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. I'm wondering, just before we move on to Bharati, because it's so interesting to hear you talk about sort of building those governance structures from the community level up and working with them to identify needs and policy gaps. I'd love to hear about maybe an example for some of Oxfam's programs where that's been particularly successful, or on the opposite, whether you could talk about an example that maybe encountered certain barriers and how you managed to overcome them.
Thank you. That's a very important question. I will give you two examples. So one of the programs we are doing, it's called Together Against Poverty, and we are working with in at least 5 countries across Africa, from Ghana to Somalia, Ethiopia, and back to Nigeria. One of the lessons, one of the takeaways is that although we support countries and partners to input into the laws and the frameworks that are in place, the reality of those engagements, and this is a negative, but nonetheless a lesson we've learned, is that adaptation has not received the attention that it deserves. That adaptation, although, because adaptation is usually locally led and is highly context specific, the global impetus and the global push that it requires to elevate the narrative is still missing. And so there's that piecemeal approach to adaptation, which we really need to help to build a narrative that connects everything. So that's a major lesson from our programming. The other important lesson is in terms of leadership. The African group of negotiators, for example, they have an important role to play in elevating adaptation. And if you look at their text, for example, they want to land adaptation under NCQG, right, as a sub-goal. And they're talking of about 300 billion. Those conversations need to be elevated. Even gender perspective in adaptation, those are areas that we've learned that we really need to bring up. And so my quick take home is that the role of leadership, and especially leadership that connects and unifies Africa's voices. Africa's voices are still disparate, they're still disjointed. We need to unify them, but we also need to place a bigger role on the African group of negotiators to really push their position on adaptation. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, David. I'll go to Bharati next, if that's all right. Bharati, hi. We often refer to fragile and conflict-affected settings as sort of a big homogenous group, but we know that fragility is a spectrum, and actually in many of the countries that you work, they have no active conflict or even a recent history of conflict in some cases, but they do experience high social and economic fragility and are extremely climate vulnerable. Can you talk about some of the approaches that you use in these contexts to counter climate risks?
Well, thank you for that. Um, our work is restricted to South Asia, basically, but it's a very interesting thing because South Asia has huge, just like Africa, it's got a whole range of vulnerabilities which are playing out. So whether you look at drought, which is there, say, in west of India, whether you look at floods, where you have large parts of the Himalayas as well as the Indus Basin in Pakistan, whether you look at just increasing cyclones in the west, in the east, which is basically Bangladesh and East India. So there's a lot happening there. And what strikes me is there are three kinds of things that are happening. One of them is actually communities coming together, realizing just from lived experience that you do have to act together. And it's not that both are necessarily beneficiaries. For example, in Nepal, communities that are upstream of India are actually, they don't stand to benefit, but they use WhatsApp. And this is how people use technology. So they're using WhatsApp to warn people living downstream about when the river is looking a little flooded or when they have heard that there's a lot of water coming down. So what happens to the people downstream is they get to know and they can kind of evacuate, even though they'll probably lose everything, but they can evacuate. And many of these communities, you can't tell them, oh, just don't live here, because their whole interrelationship with ecology, with rivers, with river systems, with the way their livelihoods work, are all embedded in nature. So they just cannot be told to live somewhere else. They just don't have that kind of perspective about how they would like to live, and they wouldn't like to be kind of forced away from an ecosystem in which they themselves see their work and their lives as a part of. But then you have, so I think things like that should be really acknowledged, but also strengthened. For example, what else could you do with training people who are giving these early warnings, which is a community-based early warning system? What would they want more? Would they want yet an earlier warning so that they can convey that? So we need to find ways that work for communities. And then there's a more government-to-government thing, China, for example, we have this river Brahmaputra. It's this one of the most ferocious large rivers coming from China, huge river coming into India and flooding very often. And it used to be called the River of Sorrow just because people didn't understand that a lot of floods in South Asia are actually part of how the river behaves always. But more importantly, it caused a lot of harm, particularly to the poor. And what China has done, and China is a country that does have, a particularly, a tense relationship with India over border issues and about territorial. I think India is not the only country it has that relationship with, but we are right next door. So what they've done is pretty astounding with the Brahmaputra River. Every day an email goes out with just one piece of data to the Indian government from the Chinese government, which basically tells you what is the water level. Nothing more, nothing less. And you look at this data and you take a call on whether you should worry or not, because you already have the science available. But just with that, and it's a kind of, I believe, I understand, although I have no way to verify this, that it's kind of automated. So in that sense, it's kind of almost immunized from everyday fluctuations in that relationship. Having said that, it did stop for a couple of years when the worst, low-grade warfare was happening. But it's back now, and that also, then the Indian government will send it out to the districts that are vulnerable, and so on. And I I then will move to air. As I don't know how many of you know this, but even Dr. Maria Naira 2 days ago, 3 days ago, in a press conference, held up Delhi's air pollution data and said that it was something like, the WHO standard is 5, just to make it really easy. And Delhi was breathing 400 particulate matter 2.5, which is one of the most toxic sizes of air that you can breathe. It goes straight through your blood barrier into your body, causing heart attacks and strokes and so on. It's really, really been catastrophic. In India, we've never seen something like this. However, 2 weeks ago, Lahore looked like this. And we were watching and saying, what happened? And one of the things that has been happening for a while is technical people coming together and saying, we're losing lives every single day because of this air pollution. So what can we do? And right there in 2018, for example, technical people who measure data from India and Pakistan actually managed to speak with each other and figure out how do you finesse measuring and low-cost monitoring. And this is really important. If you don't monitor, you don't know how bad things are in which particular area. And I think there's a lot more conversation. Currently, there's a conversation, I'm also a part of it, where what we're trying to do is saying, okay, relationships, there's no active war or anything, but it is a slightly fraught relationship, I would say, and it has been for nearly 80 years. Oh my God.
Peter, are you okay? We're coming to you next.
Yeah, well, I shifted. I think India, Pakistan kind of toppled you, right? Exactly. Yeah. So we're saying, okay, there's so much information and learning. Just for example, India's electric mobility policy that's rolling out, that's quite amazing at that scale. How do you put all that down, say, in a portal that people can access, whether or not they're part of this small conversational group? But having said all that, you do need to invest in these kinds of groups, because you do need to invest in multiple conversations, because only then do you create a safe space. Everybody is not a community in the traditional social way. So you do need to create safe space to give out more data, to share what works, what doesn't work. And I would think even things like India put a $4 billion credit line to Sri Lanka when it had its big economic crisis, from which one hopes it is recovering now. I mean, many people did stuff, but a lot of that was that economic crisis wasn't just like an economic crisis. I mean, it was backstopped by a climate change impact, some kind of. So some of that money would build resilience, and if one did shift looking at that kind of funding through as an emergencies, as relief, I think we need to shift that relief paradigm into adaptation, which is that we're giving you money, sure. I mean, I know apart from that money, milk powder was sent because there were all these babies and there was a massive crisis about them. But how do you look at adaptation beyond that? Should we plant, what should we plant? Should we do mangroves so that if there's a cyclone, people don't have to throw this kind of money into relief, but in fact have already pre-spent it. So I will conclude by suggesting that sometimes without active conflict, and just with slightly fraught relationships, communities still act, and it's important to understand what else they need to, build up and muscle up their impact. And there's lots more investment needed in smaller things like trust building, like knowledge, and things like that, so that communities are not hindered in the way that they're supporting each other through adaptation. In fact, we also need to we need to inject adaptation in relief.
Brilliant, thank you. You okay?
I'm good.
Okay,
Absolutely,
good.
thank you.
So, as a donor, FCDO has been very forward-leaning in this space. How are you considering the impacts of conflict and fragility as a driver of climate vulnerability? And what are some of the challenges and opportunities that you see for donors like FCDO in this work?
Great, thank you. So we've been leaning in kind of in the space quite a lot over the last few years. We were heavily involved in the COP28 declaration on climate relief and recovery and peace. And then this year, we've been working very closely with the Azerbaijan presidency around the creation of the Baku hub, and then also the principles which we've talked about. And so, climate conflict and instability play huge roles around kind of exacerbating and as risk multipliers, and then combining that with climate becomes hugely problematic. So a couple of weeks ago I was in Chad, and you've got kind of political refugees coming through from Sudan, and then they're struggling now in areas that are hugely affected by climate. So you've got real challenges now where in many ways they're now having to move around because of climate where they were, or partially because of climate. So now you've got climate refugees, and there's not, to point about kind of voting for what do you work on, they're not climate refugees, not political, they're just refugees, but they are experiencing challenges as a result of all of these things. And we need to consider how best kind of to engage with them, and support them on kind of better lives and enable them to thrive. I think kind of things like the Baku hub, the Baku call rather, and under which is kind of the Baku hub and the principles are really helping kind of get this political momentum behind this group, because as talked about, Anna talks about the amount of funding flowing to these spaces is so small, so the kind of more what we call fragile states, compared to kind of more stable countries. And part of that is an access to finance thing. I mean, they don't often have the capacity to bid into things like the Green Climate Fund and accessing other funds. So they're still getting this traditional humanitarian funding, but because of their conflict and instability, they're not accessing this longer term resilient financing for resilience that enables them to sort of, we always say transition, which is a little unhelpful phrase, but kind of, so a WFP project, for example, in Chad, where they're bidding for money to move away from food distributions to actually doing long-term leasing of land, so 5, 10, 20 years, regenerating that land and actually supporting the refugees to actually work on the land, grow crops, which creates a private sector and markets, but also kind of much more long-term resilience. I mean, trucking food into southeast Chad is just a logistical nightmare. It takes 45 days sometimes to truck it in, and just doesn't really work in the long term for anyone. What the call and the principles are trying to do is showing kind of, as we look at channeling more climate finance into this kind of space, is actually what does that mean in practice? How can we sort of taking a more risk-based approach and being aware that actually sometimes it does cost more to work in these contexts, and actually finding long-term ways of sort of delivering it in a way that works, and where possible is government owned. So kind of coming back to this kind of governance piece. So not just governments, but kind of within the departments. So we talk to the Ministry of Environment, but often they're not connected well to the Minister of Finance, and all these different departments often don't speak well to each other. And to be clear, this is hard even in the UK. So I work closely on our National Adaptation Plan, and actually it's owned by our Department for Environment, which doesn't always have the levers that, say, our Cabinet Office would have. So how do you kind of support the governance within a government, but also within other delivery actors, and actually have that, so like you're channeling the money to where it's most effectively used. So what we talk about sometimes is this idea that kind of it's not just the amount of funding, it's not just what you're funding, but it's how you're funding, it's who that money is going to. So ODI actually did some research around, often the funders will go through, and they do a great job, so the Oxfams, the WFPs and others, but often it's because it's such weak systems within the governments. But the issue is you're then also never strengthening those systems. So then you have a negative multiplier effect kind of thing of the conflict and fragility. fragility and then exacerbated by conflict is that actually, you've got weak systems and then no one works with those systems, and so they stay weak. But again, that's also hugely challenging. My government sometimes won't necessarily work with the government directly, or be reticent about working with directly because of that conflict and because of the legitimacy of governments and things. And so each context can be really different. There's real opportunities in places like Chad, which actually has a stable government, to work directly with them, whereas others like Syria, for example, it would be a different situation. So you can't lumping all these countries together and saying, yeah, climate finance is great and more must flow. So because there is a real opportunity there, but as I said, there's also those real challenges that we need to work through. And locally led for adaptation, which is becoming a real buzzword, and it's a buzz phrase, which is great. And there are real opportunities with locally led, but again, it's how are you plugging into the kind of bigger systems? So in Bangladesh, we're working with local communities, but we're also being really clear that the mayor and others are involved in that decision making. So there's real ownership by the kind of local governments, but also kind of the governments between the two of really local level sort of chieftains or heads or women leaders or whatever they are, and of the mayors, and then the kind of regional governments. So there's that kind of ownership. So we're not just sort of coming in and undermining, but also we're encouraging what they don't, sometimes these systems that they don't always necessarily do. And then just on your point on kind of the global goal and adaptation, yeah, we totally see we need to make sure that any new structures and systems we're creating there and indicators, they are incentivizing improved governance, incentivizing better action, and it's not just kind of measuring outputs, or worst case, measuring just inputs. So a huge finance target we're very against within the global goal and adaptation, but also that the outputs we're measuring aren't just sort of delivering X and Y on the ground. It's like, how are they delivering that in a long-term way that's government-owned, that utilizes the resources available, and if possible, strengthens kind of that long-term piece. Thanks.
Thank you. That's really useful, and I think yourself and Ruth have mentioned this sort of siloed, maybe not siloed thinking, but siloed structures that make it difficult to address these things simultaneously. I mean, we've identified some of the challenges, but it'd be great to hear from you, Peter, and then also maybe you, Ruth, about how we can shift this siloed thinking and funding streams, and how, we can fund things that are working across this intersection.
Yeah, so that's things like the Baku Call and the Declaration, the principles. I mean, that's what we're trying to do as kind of a donor community and working with the developing countries. And we talk about transboundary risks quite a lot and things, and it's how we are moving away from this kind of projectized, because there is a role for projects, and there is a role for country-based interventions, but actually it's trying to also look at kind of the risk. So if the risk is a water system, how are we addressing the water system challenge? Not just kind of country X has a bit of a problem with the river, the parts of the river that flows through their country, or within the river basin and things. But it is hugely challenging. That coordination is really, really difficult, and it's just being really kind of honest with each other, being honest with donors and getting that feedback around how we actually can work best together. But I mean, this has been a problem forever, right? This is sort of overall coordination, even within NGOs. When I used to work for Save the Children, obviously, fighting for resources for each disaster and things, like not fighting, gentle competition, and actually doing proper needs-based analysis and things. And if you can help, in countries where the governance is better, it's much easier because you can work with the government and you can sort of make it clear that you don't do things that kind of work well for them. But within conflict states or just fragile states, not even conflict, as you said, like there's lots of fragile states without conflict. It's much harder just because they don't have that kind of reach, and it's a kind of, I think it's a role for all of us to make sure you're not undermining those and damaging those, and actually sort of saying, actually, this is what we'll work together as much as is feasibly possible. But I'm afraid I don't have a clear, straightforward solution to that.
No,
Otherwise,
that's useful.
probably be much more senior than I was.
Thank you. I think Ruth had something that you wanted to add to that. Yeah. Sorry, guys. Pass the mic down. Thank you.
This is a large panel, and it's a lot of fun to have all the different perspectives. Do you mind if I put this here? I don't know how to do this.
I can hold it.
Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate where the conversation has started to go, where we're thinking outside the box of just government. I mean, this panel has governance in the title, and governance indicates the relationship between different types of structures, both civil society and official, and indigenous, local, all the different, the informal sometimes is used. I think that if we are only talking about formal elected structures of national government or even subnational and local government, we're missing a huge set of opportunities. And so if we think about what locally led adaptation needs and how to think systemically, there are a million right answers that live outside of formal government structures. And so listening to how indigenous leaders and indigenous ways of knowing, for example, are thinking about resources beyond finance, beyond monetary numbers, and understanding some of the trust-based resource exchange, the cultural ways of sharing resources, sharing wealth, sharing collective wisdom, thinking about, it sounds very very nice, but what we understand is that innovation comes from all of those right answers, and that it's our job to think outside of our own silos and frames and conventions and policies and whatnot, into being curious, bringing more curiosity into our exchange. And this is really what we're doing at CDA is we're a very small research INGO. We're working with Mercy Corps, with Oxfam, with a lot of local organizations around the world to say, what are the ideas and how do we bring those into the mainstream of action? And this is kind of gets to the other point I wanted to raise just to your question, is the formal mechanisms, and CDA endorsed the principles. We stand behind the Baku Hub and the Baku Call. How do we make sure that there are do no harm parameters around those mechanisms? That we're not just thinking about the potential for those spaces, but really interrogating how could this go wrong, and how do we move away from that? How do we build on local capacities for peace? And that takes deep listening. So just the positive idea of lots of good answers, and also the cautionary tale of do no harm guardrails.
Thank you, Ruth. It's really interesting to hear both you and Peter talk about the sort of subnational governance as opposed to governments, and also I think we've mentioned maybe traditional leaders or religious groups and sort of those models of governance as well. It would be great to hear from the panel about how you are working to ensure that marginalized communities and identities are being substantially brought into those decision-making structures, if you are working within, those traditional structures, or trying to build them from scratch, as David was talking about. I don't know if anyone has anything they'd like to say. On over the mic.
Thank you. Just to chime in on that, I think for us, what seems to be working, because it's work in progress, is engaging frontline communities, and including marginalized communities, in people's NDCs, nationally determined contributions, which in simple terms is the climate commitments, the commitments of each country to realizing the Paris goal, around climate change, the commitments, and it's sector-wide. So that space, a lot of times, and in many contexts across Africa especially, marginalized communities do not have the levers to maneuver and access them. And so Oxfam, through our partners, we try to help connect them in the sense of framing issues in a language they understand. So the textual framing of issues to widen the engagement. Issues of accessibility of marginalized communities to these spaces. So sometimes we take the dialogue to them, so that the issues are well captured and then channeled appropriately. So for us, what has worked in terms of working with marginalized communities is really focusing on people's indices, people-led process that really is truly inclusive and gives meaning to participation in that, literal sense of that word. Yes.
Great, thank you. Oh,
Thank you.
it's all right. We've got loads of time. You can all
Yeah,
have a go.
just really briefly, I'd love to share an example of working with Dalit women waste pickers in the Delhi region. It's called the National Capital Region, has multiple municipalities. And through a whole iterative process and capacity and conversation and dialogue, what came out was when they said, okay, so what happens in our real life? We're still leading that life where we don't have water and things like that because they live in slums. So one of the things we rolled out was we picked up 30 women. We gave them a little bit of help, which was a financial stipend. We put them through a long training, about 4 months, which is very long for women like that, at a time and everything as decided by each community. And then they went out and did advocacy around adaptation. And they decided what they wanted. So the results were quite extraordinary. For the first time in decades, they've got water lines and things like that. They've got sewage pipes. They finally got access to social security, which transforms how much money they spend when it's hot and then people get ill. So I thought I'd just share that because that was their understanding of how they wanted to protect themselves. And I'm talking of about 17,000 people.
Thank you. Olga?
Yeah, maybe just to add very quickly, and to build on the points that Peter and Ruth made, that in contexts where, formal government is considered, not as legitimate, weak, maybe there's fragility in institutions, we know that communities have ultimate form of governance, are ultimate forms of legitimacy, and we very much work with and engage with those structures. But I think we have to also recognize that those structures themselves are often plagued by inequality, hierarchies, historical patriarchies. And so we do work with those traditional institutions and support them through community-led processes to reflect and reform. And this is a lot of the work that we've done in terms of looking at how women, young people can be more included in some of these decision-making bodies, which is really critical. But we also have to remember we don't want to ignore the state, and we don't want to, work with parallel structures and ignore the state, because that can also kind of increase these cycles of fragility. And so a lot of what we do is support through some of our, inclusive governance processes is to help communities organize to be able to advocate to the state for the budget, for the funding, and for the actions that they need to support their local adaptation efforts. So it's both, supporting local structures to be more inclusive, more also responsive to their own constituents' needs, and then driving that partnership with formal government structures. And we find that that's probably, the most effective way forward.
If I could just add to what Olga just said, I think that this is exactly the right approach, right? And we know that you don't want to undermine the state. You don't want to legitimize groups that are perpetuating patriarchies or other marginalization. This is where systems approaches and how to demystify that complexity and working with communities to have accessible ways to understand relationships, understand opportunities, surface options that don't harm or perpetuate the challenges, but actually start to break some of the cycles that keep us stuck. And so building with all of you as practitioners, as people who care about these issues and think systemically, is exactly what we're trying to do, to build things that are very accessible for people to be able to surface those options and be creative and find ways to break the cycles.
Thank you, Ruth. And everyone, that was really Olga, I hope to come back to what you were saying and just programs and how you're approaching governance challenges and climate adaptation. How does that play out differently in contexts where there is high intensity conflict in comparison to contexts where perhaps there is high levels of low levels of social cohesion?
Wasn't expecting that.
Sorry.
I mean, I think there is, just one is that we have to recognize that we can't paint, and I think this has come up from the panel, fragile and conflict-affected states or even a single state with a broad brush, right? Even in places that are highly affected by conflict, there are relative pockets of stability, and even places that are in active war zones. People are relying on markets. People are relying on their social networks to get by. So I think, there's an opportunity to look both at coping with the dual and simultaneous effects of climate and conflict and adaptation measures, even in those places where it seems, where everything is broken, like context in Sudan. I would say that even there, we're able to work with market actors to look at how to get more climate resilient and climate adaptive seeds through market actors into areas where, humanitarians cannot go. And we see opportunities to embed adaptation measures even within our relief work. That being said, I think where there is latent conflict, where things are more stable, you can take a much more long-term view. And, where you have the opportunity to look at climate data, you have ability to bring in early warning systems, and you have the ability to strengthen those relationships across state and non-state actors. I would say that is much harder to do, or almost impossible to do, in places that where the state is a party to an active conflict. This is where we really need to work with private sector and more local and decentralized institutions. In other places, I think are opportunities to still rebuild and restore those relationships and support the state to provide more effective services in terms of adaptation, while also partnering with those community structures and ensuring that adaptation measures are locally led.
Amazing, thank you. I'm wondering if I could go back to you. You've been involved in the UNFCCC process for a number of years, and this is as COP. A lot of funding is going to be released hopefully from the new NCQG. What are you hoping to see at COP this year, and how will you use some of that finance to further this work, despite the fact it's not a negotiated item?
Sorry, I missed a tiny little bit. What when you say the NCQG, but what when you say what's not a negotiated item? Sorry.
The topic we're speaking about today isn't a negotiated item, but we are going to have a sort of a new goal and climate finance coming. Yeah.
So I mean, within the NCQG, so the UK is pushing for an ambitious number. I think releasing funds is possibly not the quite right term that we would use. So the committing of the funds and things. And within the GCF, within the NCQG, like we have, the UK has long sort of said that we want more kind of targeted for LDC specifically, and also for SIDS. And just a bit of concern that's kind of a bit, and although adaptation is a global good, like we're not suggesting that middle income countries shouldn't have a share of adaptation finance and things. So I suppose what we need to do is make sure that the system is kind of talking or is aligned. So what you don't want to have is the negotiations just being this complete standalone piece where the NCQG looks like one thing, and then but we're talking about more funding flowing to fragile states. We're talking about we're as co-chair of the GCF, we've worked really closely, kind of partly we put $2 billion into it, half of which will go to adaptation, half to mitigation. And we've been pushing for kind of better funding for LDCs. We were a big part of this influencing the GCF and for this £100 million grant that will go to Somalia, and also whilst at COP they've committed money to Iraq. We're trying to get Chad kind of to talk more directly to the GCF. And so what we want to see is within the we've got the negotiation space, you've got the global goal and adaptation, you've got the NCQG, and we just need to make sure that the negotiation space and the real world delivery of that do look kind of comparable, and that we're not sort of having these big political decision making happening in the negotiation space that then ultimately still doesn't increase the flows down to kind of the LDCs and the fragile states, and even the SIDS, and their vulnerability kind of thing. We need to be really clear that often a lot of SIDS which are not fragile today overnight can overnight become massively vulnerable. Well, they are massively vulnerable, but fragile so quickly. And so actually, how are we making sure that countries that are not currently fragile but are super vulnerable, how are we increasing that resilience so that ultimately we don't lose lives, we don't lose livelihoods, and and even just to put a really blunt point, it's just better value for money to do it that way. It's cheaper. So rather than putting that money in up front, rather than having to do humanitarian, not least the moral implications of all of that, and so making sure those two parts of the system are working together. But also noting, again, I just keep saying it's really challenging, but within the NCQG, there's a huge concern around the role of the private sector, like what money should be counted within the NTQG versus kind of what was quite a blunt instrument with the 100 billion. But within that, we lobbied at COP26 for people to double their climate adaptation finances to really kind of drive them towards this 100 billion. So we want to set up an NTQG that really kind of works for all parties, that's realistic, but actually kind of can be held properly to account. Because I think our concern is that there was going to be there was a push for a totemic number, but that was never going to be reached, and so actually that's almost unhelpful, because then you sort of just everybody's frustrated with the process then. So we want to see something that kind of both incentivizes, but is ambitious, of course, but achievable.
Thank you, that's great. And yes, ambition is the word of COP, I feel, this year. I wanted to pause briefly in case anyone in the audience had a question that they would like to ask any of our panelists. If not, that's absolutely fine, but feel free to raise your hand and I will come to you. I'm aware of time, so what I'd love to do is go back to each of our panelists and just hear from you about if you wanted the audience to take away one thing from this conversation, or perhaps if you've heard something another person has said and you think that's going to stick with me, what would that be? David, you've got the mic. Please start us off.
Very important. I want to build on the last point that Peter meant, that really it's not the quantum. As Oxfam, we have a very ambitious quantum, including a moral framing of climate debt and historical reparation to the tune of 5 trillion. But it's really not about the quantum. It's about the process, the fidelity to the process, and ensuring that those commitments can be fulfilled. Specifically for adaptation, there was that earlier commitment of doubling adaptation financing. We'd like that to be realized. And also, like I mentioned, the other takeaway point is that if we finalize the UAE Berlin framework and we come up with those indicators, let it not just be for measuring. Let us actualize their implementation. So we don't want another additional monitoring tool. So that's my takeaway point. Yes.
Amazing. Should we go down that way and then back
This
up
way.
this way? Yeah.
You sort of stole my point there, David. So stole it. You said it better than I was going to say it. So yeah, I just think it's the kind of how are we delivering this finance in such a way, like, the finance, if we have finance flowing into programs and things, it will have an impact. But what channels are we using, what systems are we using, the cost of delivering that finance be through directly to waste kind of collectors on the ground where you're sort of talking, versus kind of putting the money through GCF and things that goes in at a government level versus sort of deliverable levels, like being really mindful about the method of delivery. And again, not just about the quantum, although the quantum is, without a decent figure and that's the amount of money flowing, the mechanism is irrelevant. But yeah, that mechanism of delivery is just so critical. Otherwise, we sort of, it should be a win-win on those two fronts, and it risks you sort of ineffective, inefficient programming, which is just, given the finite resources we have, just completely inexcusable to be spending climate finance in that way.
Thank you.
So, thanks. So, I just think that if there was one thing to think about, I would dwell on something we haven't discussed here. I mean, there's so much to say, but bias. Because too often, I think communities, small local communities who are particularly marginal, become vulnerable, become marginalized because of their historic space that they take, whether it's caste in some countries, whether it's religion, whether it's what tribe you belong to, where you come from, what you do. So very often we leave those out because we don't appreciate how we unpack and undo and cleanse in some way the biases of where the funds flow, because you say, well, these guys will never learn, or they're too few in number, or it's too hard to work with them, nobody works with them. So I just want to leave this one thought about finance and bias.
Yeah, I think I'd just like to emphasize the point that, given that we're negotiating levels of climate finance and how much will go into adaptation, that we really need to see peace and good governance as adaptation actions, because they really form the foundation and the enabling environment for climate change adaptation to take root, and also enable people to be able to think more long term, which is what adaptation is about. And so we would really encourage donors, and we're really pleased with our partnership with FCDO and that they're already doing this, to include peace and good governance interventions within their adaptation programming, whether those be linked to social cohesion, participatory planning, and conflict resolution, and for implementing partners to break down those silos between peace and climate, because we really need to engage in both spaces at the same time to be effective.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've learned a lot today, and one of the things that I was hearing in just these closing remarks was a note of optimism, might I say. I think that having adapting as part of this session title, and also a lot of the conversation around locally led adaptation, pulls us forward. And I appreciate the work about climate futures and not just climate crisis, and the framing that, what if we get some of it right? What if we get a lot of it right? And how much different is our world if we are connecting the dots between what government and governance structures can do, what peace and social cohesion efforts can do, and what climate adaptation can do, and how they're all deeply connected. So I'm cautiously optimistic about the fact that donors and implementers, researchers, policymakers can sit on a panel and talk about the potential that we're seeing from this COP and going into the future.
Thank you, everyone. Very quick takeaway from me is that I am actually pleasantly surprised at COP at how much I'm hearing colleagues, participants talk about these issues, the overlap, how we get finance to the places that need it most. I think everyone's very aware of the disparity between needs and climate adaptation financing. So I think that's fantastic. I think what we need now and moving to next year is to see some of that acknowledgement turn into concrete action, and for parties to come to COP next year with really good examples of how they have adapted in adversity and really make good on some of those commitments. I'd like to thank everyone for coming and say a huge thank you to our panel. You've all been absolutely fantastic. Really, really appreciate you taking the time, especially when I know you're all running around COP at 1,000,000 miles an hour. So thank you so much. If you could give them a round of applause, that would be amazing. And thank you to everyone watching online.
Yes, hello. I hear you. Hi there. I hear you loud and clear. So all good. Thanks. Yup, English just as good. Thank you. Elaine, maybe you can take over. Yeah. Very, very nice. Very fond of you. Thank you very much. And for you, I wish patience and stability in internet connection and computer overall processing things. Yep, because I'm sure you guys are fully capable of covering things. So it's not the interpreters breaking if anything happens. It's the technology. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's all right if it's good on one, it's good on others. So loud and clear. Yep. All right. Thank you very much.
You would need to take the headphones so to be able to hear me. See, anyone without headphones? Good. So I hope you can all hear me. Perfect. Very nice. Good. A warm welcome this afternoon to this event, Financial Protection Against Climate Risks as a Global Shield in Action at the Overseas Development Institute Pavilion. So very pleased to be a guest in this pavilion again. So we had a session on Saturday that was focusing on the regional risk pools. So now it's on the country's perspective, and we will have a distinguished set of speakers, and we will have a panel. The aim today is to showcase existing case studies and amplifying practitioners' voices. First. Second, we would like to present the linkage of Global Shield Solutions platform funded country interventions with the regional risk pools and coordination with civil society organizations. And thirdly, we would like to highlight the Global Shield's options to support climate risk financing in fragile and conflict-affected situations. Just as a very small and short introduction, the Global Shield Solutions Platform is one of the funding vehicles under the Global Shield Against Climate Risks that was founded 2 years ago at COP29. And we've seen now the first practical examples, and we are very happy to showcase some of those. And after some preliminary introductory remarks by Sebastian Lesch from the German Ministry for Economic Development and Cooperation, I will provide a short overview about how the Global Shield Solutions Platform actually is working, how it can be accessed by countries, and what it can finance. And then we will have a distinguished list of speakers. I will introduce our speakers as we go, ultimately leading to hopefully some ample time for a panel with distinguished speakers, so we can do a bit more of a deep dive there and have, I do hope very much, a Q&A and comments part as well. And without much further ado, Sebastian, I'd like you to come on stage and to provide your introductory remarks. Many thanks.
So, thank you very much. I was about to say good morning, but it's afternoon already. So good afternoon, everybody. Pleasure to welcome you here. Today's event is about an important milestone of the Global Shield Against Climate Risks, namely the support package for Ghana, as we call it, the success story of Ghana in the Global Shield. Said it's a great opportunity for all of us to get some insights into how the how it creates impact, take from this experience, the evolving loss and
Möglichst weit oben anfassen. Möglichst weit oben, genau. Ja. Sonst da unten ist der Sender. Ist besser.
I love speaking at these pavilions. Can you hear me now? That's wonderful, because you see lots of people with headphones and okay. We've gathered today as Global Shield Solutions Platform and as the Global Shield Secretariat, a group of experts who will report about Ghana's Global Shield support package. And this side event is also the opportunity to touch on the critical question of how fragile and conflict-affected states can receive protection against climate risks through initiatives such as the Global Shield and through institutions like the African Risk Capacity. And I've seen Leslie here somewhere. Before we hear more from the panelists, let me briefly remind us about 3 fundamental features of the Global Shield that outline how the initiative manages climate and disaster risk. Firstly, the Global Shield supports a paradigm shift from ex-post to ex-ante financing, and this cannot be overstressed enough. Secondly, the Global Shield aims at ensuring a collective, coordinated international action with the purpose of developing and funding comprehensive and sustained country programs for climate and disaster risk financing, solutions that ensure ownership of climate vulnerable countries and communities. And thirdly, the Global Shield stands ready to contribute to preparing the operational model and eventually the implementation of the fund for responding to loss and damage. And as one of the funding arrangements to the fund, the Global Shield is piloting climate risk finance and insurance solutions which are effectively addressing and mitigating loss and damage related to climate change. And I will speak a little bit about these three things. Since this event is in the first place about creating impact, let me briefly elaborate on what these fundamental features mean in practice. Currently, what we see is that only 1.1% of total crisis financing, a very small pocket, provided by donors is arranged before disasters happen. Most support is still delivered ex post rather ad hoc after a climate crisis, rather than being prearranged. Now, that means that countries are bound to shift budgets from investing into schools, infrastructure, into reconstruction after floods or storms. And to cite a representative from Pakistan's Sindh province who participated in the Global Shield consultations in Pakistan, that means that we are trading away our future to repair from the disasters of the past. Now, there is strong evidence that investing in financial solutions, arranging terms and conditions for these solutions before a disaster allows to provide financial relief much faster, within days after the event. Now, this way, what we can do is we can help spare people from selling their assets and being able to rebuild their homes and their businesses much faster. International support for climate and disaster risk finance and insurance over the last years has helped this shift to more pre-arranged finance. Data reports to the Global Shield Secretariat indicate that financial protection against disasters has continued to grow year on year to a peak of $9.8 billion in coverage in 2023. Now, this is an achievement of programs and initiatives that the Global Shield is building on and that the Global Shield will bring forward as we move into implementation in more and more partner countries. Now, today we're speaking about Ghana. Ghana is the first Global Shield country that has moved from a request for support that was submitted at last year's COP28, to implementation. And we will see yet another 16 countries to follow within the next 12 months. So in a very short time span, the interest that we're seeing is huge. Measures supported in Ghana with more than 18 million euros alone through the Global Shield Solutions platform, which is one of the financing vehicles, include support for a sovereign insurance against drought, the establishment of Ghana's agricultural insurance fund and an agricultural insurance scheme with it, the enhancement of urban flood resilience, and the risk analysis and understanding regarding climate risk solutions against coastal floods. Now, it's a whole package. With this support, Ghana was already able to receive insurance cover with the African risk capacity this year. Just last week, there was the news that a first payout was already confirmed by ARC, and we are happy to have Leslie here with us who can tell us more about the details. Hi, Leslie. There you are. On the second feature, moving to a collective and coordinated action, I want to highlight some facts as well. Since the launch of the Global Shield, the initiative was able to bring together more than 10 donor countries, committing more than 350 million euros to the Global Shield. Now, we all agree that support to countries needs to be much more coordinated, leveraging existing programs, linking different efforts, giving partner countries one single entry point to receive funding. But in order to better coordinate actions and measures within the countries, the Global Shield has established an inclusive coordination mechanism. And that's the unique thing about the Global Shield, this in-country process. It's country-led, it's inclusive, it convenes all the relevant local stakeholders, as well as drawing on the support of global experts wherever they are needed. It's tailored, it's demand-driven as an approach, rather than the individual implementation of projects here and solutions there supported by individual single donors. That is the beauty of the Global Shield. Now, this process has already kick-started in 9 countries, and it is facilitated and supported by the Global Shield Secretariat, and we have Astrid here today. Nilesh, unfortunately, can't make it today for health reasons. It also includes capacity building to this wide group of stakeholders invited, be it representatives from civil societies, NGOs, private sector, development partners, academia. Training, introducing these stakeholders to climate and disaster risk finance and insurance was offered to more than 8 countries already. And these sessions, they offer the possibility for peer-to-peer learnings, providing examples of existing solutions, experience in other countries, and innovations in climate risk finance instrument. I want to name one great example. That's the product developed for the flood insurance cover for Accra that I mentioned earlier, with the support of the Insurance Development Forum and its members, and co-funded by the Insure Resilience Solutions Fund. I do hope that time later on the panel allows to delve a little more deeper into that. And I want to mention one last thing. This leads me to another important achievement which the Global Shield already delivered since its launch in 2022. Through its partnership approach, the Global Shield showcases examples of already existing solutions and experiences in applying innovative climate and disaster risk finance and insurance solutions. Now, these experiences and the learning for other countries, and also for the CDRFI community around the globe, they are an essential contribution to the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage that is currently being set up. The details regarding the roles and the modalities of collaboration between the fund and the funding arrangements, they're yet to be established, and I can tell you as a board member, it's an interesting process to establish those. It will need some time. But in the meantime, climate change and its impacts on vulnerable populations are accelerating, so the Global Shield is up and running, building on earlier initiatives and programs. Its learnings will be invaluable for the work of the fund, I'm convinced, and we are hopeful that the already ongoing measures and activities of the Global Shield will help the fund to respond better, faster, and more effectively. And with that last point, I look forward to the discussion, and I hand it back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sebastian. I think that's it was a very comprehensive overview about what the Global Shield is and what the potential intertwinements with the Fund for Responding to Loss and Damage are. We are very curious about the outcomes going forward. The board meeting, the next board meeting, early December. So the Global Shield is a perfect instrument that already pilots measures that would fall under the potential measures and activities under the fund responding to loss and damage. So without much ado, I'd like to provide a very brief overview about the Global Shield Solutions platform and what it does, what its resources are, and how it can be accessed. I think that's very interesting to know. And then on one of the following slides, I have a small process so that you can easily see what needs to be done. First of all, what is the aim? Fostering climate and disaster risk finance and insurance. And the emphasis here is on finance. So it's not necessarily always insurance. So that's one of the instruments that's available. It's a multi-donor grant facility, currently with roughly 200 million euro committed. And we, as Sebastian mentioned, there's a number of countries that have already started the process. Currently, it's in total, including some Pacific islands, 17 countries that are so-called Global Shield countries. And you see, so with 200 million funding, so that's already something. But when you distribute it on a number of countries, okay, so then the number are not excessively high. But certainly, it's a very good start, piloting what could be done under the fund responding to loss and damage. And the support programs are very wide, have a very wide scope. Right? They can include macro, meso, and micro approaches, up to the request, the priorities of the respective country, because it's a country-led process. The Global Shield countries follow a process, I will come to that in a second, where they come to their priority list. And we see this here, what can be financed. And actually, it's with the focus on vulnerable populations in each and every Global Shield country that the Global Shield Solutions platform provides financial grants and advice. So we don't do any loans, we are focusing on grants. And what we can support is a three-pronged approach. So we can support the value chain from the very start, from data gathering and risk modeling by hazard, by exposure, by vulnerability, and ultimately coming to a financial model that supports the concept and solutions development of climate and disaster risk finance and insurance instruments. So that's the second part that stands in between the groundwork and the actual solution and implementation. And when we talk about implementation, that can be support to disaster risk funds, to contingency funds. It can be support for shock resilient loans. It can be support to premium that would need to be paid for insurance as a risk transfer instrument. Now, today, we focus on the country support packages, so that's the orange part, left-hand side. But we work together with the regional risk pools as well under a global and regional program. For instance, ARC, we've already been in advanced talks with ARC, almost ready to support the global risk pools as well. So, that's one too much. Those are the 5 important points. A country has to become a Global Shield country. The Global Shield Secretariat, and we have Astrid Zwick today with us as the co-director of the Global Shield. So there's an application process and a selection process. So we had the second cohort joining early this summer, and now it totals, including the Pacific Islands, 17 countries, as we mentioned. Then there's this inclusive in-country process with relevant CSO and NGO stakeholders, so that everyone who has a relevant contribution to this process is actually at the table. And those in-country processes have been started in a few countries. So, of course, Ghana has already through that activity, and there's a few other countries like the Gambia, Senegal, Costa Rica. 9 are in full swing, no? So in total. So, and the outcome of all that, of the in-country process, is ideally a priority list of areas for support by hazard, by target group, by region, for instance, or sector. It's very important not to select preemptively financing instruments at this stage, because usually it's a mix of financing instruments that we would see and that would be of best benefit for a country situation. Otherwise, it would just narrow down the options too quickly. And then the GSSP, the Global Shield Solutions Platform, will jointly with the country define a country support package. That's taken, so it's founded on the country request, on the country priority list. But the details will be discussed at that stage. And then, so if that was agreed, then the Global Shield Solutions Platform starts, depending on the respective requests, as a default, a competitive approach with the industry, with private sector, with NGOs, with CSOs, with academia, for best fit solutions. Meaning that we find on the market the best solution for the respective country situation. And in an ideal world, we see consortia formed that fit for addressing vulnerable populations in the best way possible. See, Sebastian already took away some of my points with respect to what we have done in Ghana, what is envisaged. So I will keep this very short. And we have Charlotte Norman from Ghana's National Disaster Management Organization with us, who will speak about that a little further. See, I will leave that for now, and we'll hand over to the next speaker. I think, Leslie, that's you. So Leslie is the CEO of ARC Limited, speaking on behalf of ARC Group. And you have been involved in Ghana, for instance, with the drought cover that you provided. And we would like to hear more about kind of your interaction with the country situations.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me. So we are really delighted and pleased that we are here today with our partners from the Global Shield, with our partners from Ghana, and indeed everyone else that supports ARC. I will start a little bit by sharing who we are and what we want to achieve and how the fantastic collaboration we've had fits into this mandate and vision. The African Risk Capacity is an entity that was set up by the African Union in 2012 in response to the increasing frequency and severity of natural disasters. We currently provide 85% of all prearranged disaster risk financing on the African continent. We have paid in excess of $230 million in claims since inception. And we are proud to say that what 10 years ago was an experiment has been proven to work. And we are at a point where we provide insurance coverage to about 50 million people per year when you aggregate all our insurance programs. But this still pales in comparison to the 700 million people whose lives and livelihoods are at risk as a result of the impact of climate change. Our vision at ARC is to expand the work that we are doing to really cover the entire African continent, reaching all the 700 million people whose lives and livelihoods are at risk as a result of climate change. There are two main barriers that exist to the uptake of insurance on the African continent. The first one is a knowledge-related barrier. The insurance penetration, so this is the insurance premiums that are underwritten, compared to the GDP, sits at slightly under 2%, versus an international average of close to 10%. So this just shows that insurance is not well known and is not well appreciated within the African continent. So for us, the starting point is not to waive an insurance policy under someone's nose and hope that they sign so that we get to an insurance transaction. There is a lot of work that goes into preparing the countries for insurance, doing the risk profiling, training the people at the level of the ministries of finance. We distribute insurance also in addition to the work that we do for governments. We also provide insurance to the humanitarian sector. We also provide insurance to small holder farmers. And all these groups have to be trained and brought fully up to speed on the product. All of this takes place even before we've collected $1 of premium. Therefore, we rely on funding that we receive from our partners in this room. And I see a number of them, the European Union, AFD, the Global Shield, amongst many others. Then they help us with all the preparatory work that we do. And of course, we've been working with Ghana for a very long time just to get them really up to speed and to a point where they are ready to utilize the insurance solution. I did mention two barriers, so I will move on to the second barrier. The second barrier is around financing. At the country level, the payment of insurance premiums competes against other national priorities, putting books in the schools, medicines in the hospitals, critical infrastructure that has to be that has to be built. So the countries do not always have fiscal space to pay for insurance premiums. You then couple this with the fact that insurance, as I mentioned earlier, is not a product that is well known or well appreciated. So we rely on premium subsidies to lower the ticket price for buying insurance so that countries are more become more familiar with the insurance product. And generally, from our experience, what we find is that once a country has had a claim paid, then they are more willing to spend part of their own hard-earned money on insurance. So it helps then with the virtuous cycle. And I'm delighted to say that then the Global Shield not only helped us with the preparatory phase of working with the country, but also contributed to the payment of insurance premiums, which was key to getting Ghana to be involved. I would also be amiss not to mention the tremendous support that we received from our colleagues from Ghana, who I'm sure will have an opportunity to share as well. So this close collaboration with the Global Shield helped us to unlock the two barriers on the knowledge of insurance, building the insurance knowledge and insurance culture, as well as the financing of premiums. Also, if I take just a few more minutes to maybe enlarge the conversation beyond Ghana and say that given the fact that we have something that has worked, something where we have learned the lessons, we would like to expand the collaboration with the Global Shield into the other Global Shield countries. We had a meeting in London in September of all the countries that are buying insurance from ARC. And again, we were delighted to receive the Global Shield to explain directly to the countries how the collaboration works, because sometimes it's not so obvious because the countries are solicited by many different people and they don't always see how the work that we are doing fits in. So we will look to really expand the collaboration. And of course, we are in discussions now to add a third dimension to our collaboration with the Global Shield, which is around capitalization of the risk pools. The amount of risk that we can underwrite is a function of how much capital we have. And we have become victims of our own success in a way, because we have generated a lot of insurance demand on the African continent, and we're getting to a point where we are constrained by the capital that we have to underwrite the risk. So then I'm again delighted to say that the Global Shield has committed to help us to unlock the capital part of the equation. And of course, I see our reinsurance partners are also in the room, Swiss Re in particular. And again, they work with us in terms of putting the risks into the market. So in the time that I have left, really to share my profound appreciation to all the partners around the table who made this happen. And we look forward to rolling this out all over Africa. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Leslie. Very good overview and about the challenges and the achievements. I think that's so great. And we do hope to collaborate further and to strengthen the regional risk pools for the benefit of the countries. Without much further ado, I'm very happy to have Abdul Rahman Samov with us, Debt Management Advisor of the Ministry of Finance of Somalia. Please, over to you.
Distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's an honor to participate in the COP29 side event on the Global Shield against the calamity risks. I'm here on behalf of Somalia delegation representing the Minister of Finance, His Excellency Bihi Iman Ige. He unfortunately couldn't make the COP29 conference as a domestic commitment is required his presence in Somalia. However, he sends his warmest greetings to our esteemed partners and looks forward to engaging a further gathering on this topic. To give you an overview, the Federal Republic of Somalia submitted its expression of interest to join the Global Shield against the climate risk in Q1 of 2024. We are happy that this has now been achieved. As you are aware, Somalia has long been classified as a fragile and conflict-affected state, which presents significant challenges in accessing funding and finding and to address climate and disaster risks, such as droughts that contribute a widespread food insecurity. As a nation grappling with the adverse effects of climate change, our commitment to enhance resilience and mitigating climate-related risks has never been more critical. Somalia has experienced more disaster compared to sub-Saharan African and the global average, with a large parts of the population suffering from prolonged droughts and extreme and flooding, leading to extreme food insecurity amongst other consequences. Over the past 8 years, severe impact is mainly caused by floods and droughts have been recorded in Somalia. For example, 2016 and 17, drought alone was estimated to have caused over 3.2 billion in economic losses, which represented 65% of the GDP, alongside significant non-economic damages, and including displacement and cultural and loss of human lives. Since 2020, Somalia has experienced 5 consecutive failed rain seasons, adversely affecting 46% of the population, displacing over 1 million people and causing an estimate for 6,000 deaths in 2022 alone. Between 2023, when the day rains started, the end of the season, about 2 million people have been affected by flash and river floods, with 750,000 people displaced from their homes, nearly 100 killed, mostly in the southern regions of Somalia. These climate shocks to further and magnified by fact that the agricultural, energy, and financial sectors are considered as most affected by extreme events and disaster in Somalia. Droughts are found to cause severe losses in agricultural sector, a sector which is crucial to Somali people and livelihoods and food security. Floods cause localized damages to infrastructure and widespread and economic losses. So far, the country does not have financial protection in place for losses and damage caused by the floods. We're expecting to gain even more clarity on the actual impacts and the affected sectors when conducting the gap analysis under the Global Shield next year, and to be able to identify solutions that help us in responding and existing protection gaps. The recently experienced extreme rainfalls have destroyed important critical infrastructure in the country, including bridges, residential areas, and recovery resource intensive. And the mobilization to access climate finance and investment is related critical in responding to Somalia's climate challenges. On the other hand, Somalia is a member of the African Risk Capacity and has purchased protection mainly for drought. Thanks to AR, it has been possible to extend coverage to protect more people. More precisely, in 2023, 3.5 million people were protected at the sovereign level. Despite this, Somalia does not have adequate protection at this stage. To provide an illustration, let me state that the macro and micro level and access to our availability to adequate instruments is also limited through the anticipatory action and early warning interventions. We are hoping that to be able to scale up and protection against floods. We are causing to more damage year by year. Notably, majority of the donor funding provided to Somalia is through humanitarian and focused on post-event action. In contrast, climate-related requirements are estimated to 2.8 billion annually as outlined in the revised NDC. Through the Global Shield in a country process, Somalia's climate finance needs and regarding climate disaster and risk finance insurance will be assessed comprehensively, and we hope that existing financial protection gaps and across the country will be identified. We are aware of key of hazards that affected across of the country will be identified. We are aware of that key hazards affected society and the economy, and we eager also to identify gaps and potential in the future. This layer, the protection and insurance, and that enables a quick response after disaster strike. The way that enables the long-term strategic investment in a times and heightening risks. I don't want to take much time, and I conclude here my talk is, and I thank you all. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abdul Rahman. So from my perspective, it shows what prearranged disaster finance can contribute, in particular in conflict-affected states. No? So many thanks for your intervention. Annette, can you give me the pointer? Yes, please. Thank you. So next in line is Stefano Signore, EU Commission, DG International Partnerships. And I'd like you to speak a little bit about your perspective on disaster risk finance, prearranged finance in conflict-affected states. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and really happy about being here, about the invitation from the Friends of Global Shield and the Frankfurt School. And also I will be short because I realize I'm standing in the way between the audience and the panelists. I'm sure that will be a very interesting discussion. So let me say that we are very much aligned with what has been said so far. The European Union recognizes the importance of climate disaster risk finance and insurance, and especially pre-arranged solutions as a key approach to mitigating the impact of disasters. We, the European Union, we play a vital role in bridging the gap between public and private finance, having substantially supported the sector through the years, working hand in hand with regional risk pooling mechanisms such as ARC or CRIF, and now with the Global Shield against climate risks. Let me say that we have put some 24 million so far on ARC, and we are going to commit 30 million for the Global Shield in the next few weeks. This is perfectly in line with the Global Gateway strategy, which is our aims to mobilize public and private capital towards inter alia climate investment, increasing resilience against climate disasters. Under this strategy, the EU works hand in hand with partner countries, the private sector, reinsurers and international finance institutions to promote climate and disaster risk finance and insurance and protect vulnerable population against residual risks. We understand the challenges fragile states face in accessing climate finance, particularly when instability and limited infrastructure create strong barriers. This is why we support the Global Shield and ARC through our Global Gateway, and we are also committed to increase infrastructural resilience and expanding pre-arranged financing mechanisms that provide critical funding during climate emergencies. The cooperation between the Global Shield and the European Union shows very clearly how, by combining public and private resources, we can not only make disaster finance accessible in our partner countries, but also use resources more effectively and efficiently. I therefore look forward to hearing the perspective of the distinguished representative of our partner countries. We had already Somalia a moment ago, and of course Ghana and Senegal, and the perspective of the reinsurance market and Swiss Re, while using this occasion also to reiterate that the European Union remains fully dedicated to Africa's climate resilience, working alongside partners to build a sustainable and secure future. Therefore, our call for a continued and collective action is a testament to our shared responsibility to tackle climate and disaster risks in the most vulnerable regions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stefano. The EU's commitment is very welcome next to the commitments that already have been made by all the other countries. Germany, France, Ireland, Luxembourg and Denmark, who are the first contributors to the Global Shield Solutions platform. See, now I stand between you and the panel and say, without further ado, this is not the panel, but we will have one speaker. I think it's Yuba Bakar, who will speak in French. And if you like to have an English translation from French into English, then that's the way to go. So use your mobile phone and your headphones or earphones, and then you will be able to listen. I will leave this up for a moment, but will already invite Annette, who will be the moderator of the panel, for the further proceedings. Please, Annette, over to you, and you will also do the introductions.
So thank you very much. First of all, for already all the speakers that have already introduced some of the work of the Global Shield and the Global Shield Solutions platform. Just briefly, my name is Annette Detken. I'm heading the Global Shield Solutions platform, a financing vehicle under the Global Shield. And I'm really honored to moderate today's panel, where we would invite actually 5 panelists on the stage, and I'm very happy. So we were convinced that we would like to dedicate enough time for you to hear about the experience in countries that are already benefiting from the Global Shield support, but also countries that shall now, moving forward, benefit and receive funding from the Global Shield Solutions platform. And therefore, let me now introduce the panelists. I'm very happy to invite Charlotte Norman. Charlotte is Director for Climate Change Adaptation and Risk Reduction at the National Disaster Management Organization in Ghana. Please come here, join us here. Our second panelist is Monsieur Babacar Diouf. I'm happy to have you with us, Technical Advisor to the Director General of Budget at the Ministry of Finance and Budget in Senegal. We will have Leslie with us from ARC Limited. Thank you again, Leslie, for joining. Fourth, we have Monsieur Emmanuel Sec, Executive Director of Enda Energy and Chairman of the Board of Directors of the Global Network of Civil Organizations for Disaster Reduction. And the gentleman will be framed by a second lady. I'm really happy to have with us Veronica Scotti, Chairperson of Public Sector Solutions at Swiss Re. So having this distinguished panel here, I would like to moderate, but please, if you have questions in between, I think this should be an interactive exchange here, and also an opportunity for you to learn exactly what can it actually mean for me, for my organization, my country, receiving support from the Global Shield. And with this, I think it would be great to introduce already with questions to you, Charlotte. As working in Ghana, being actually the first country being supported and leading the National Disaster Management Organization, being a key actually implementer and supporting affected populations after floods, after drought. Now, Ghana decided to take a cover of the African risk capacity here with Leslie. What do you expect is now the concrete benefit for MNATMO as a key entity supporting disaster relief and in the end also the benefit for affected families.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good afternoon, distinguished delegates. Yeah, okay, so like has been said, my name is Charlotte Norman. I work for the National Disaster Management Organization in Ghana. And just to put the conversation in context, I think it would be good to say, I mean, what the situation in Ghana is in terms of the disasters that we face. So this is a country that in the northern parts, we have 5 regions in the northern parts of the country. And in these parts, there is drought, long dry spells that we experience. But sometimes they go overboard. It goes on for a very long period, and this also affects our food security. In these same parts, I would like to say, experience immense, intense, severe flooding as well. So you have a country where the dynamics, I mean, within a certain region are very complex. We have had discussions around having insurance. What are the solutions that could help us? We have had discussions with the African risk capacity. The discussions have been ongoing for over 8 years. And it's not because we do not know or we do not understand the usefulness, but we have a country where we are challenged also with so many other things. It makes it difficult for the government to kind of prioritize at a certain level, at a certain scale, what we should go into insurance. And so we have been having conversations with ARC, and in a timely way, we have been able last year to ask for support from the Global Shield. This year, they gave us support. They paid our premium for the insurance against droughts in the northern parts of the country. Now, there's been a lot of processes, but to tell you the truth, it's not been as difficult as we anticipated at all. We have had lots of lessons learned, but importantly, we have had a very smooth ride with the Global Shield. And not to sound funny, but we really, really appreciate what they have done for us as a country. Now, my appreciation further stems from the fact that soon after we were supported to pay the premium, we got a payout. There was a trigger. We are in the long dry spell season again. And so we are still in the season. The government is doing its best. There's been some relief that has trickled into the victims concerned. But with insurance, like you all know, it's a reliable source. It also helps us to actually identify who the target beneficiaries are beforehand, because we have a contingency plan that we use. ARC has very strict rules about that. And so we're quite happy to be a part of this whole system. And we're looking forward that as Ghana has set the pace, we may be able to encourage other countries that are vulnerable to climate change to also join, come on the wagon and access funding from the Global Shield solution. So that's what I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Charlotte. I hope you can hear me because I think it's easier. Charlotte, thanks so much for your contribution, especially what you have mentioned is with the support of the Global Shield, it's not only a premium product, it's actually, and I'm really looking forward to also give support to build local capacities, to work on the contingency plans so that also institutionally the country benefits in order to then ensure that the support, the financial resources benefit the population. And therefore, we might also on together with you in the case of flood. But at this point, let me maybe address Mr. Diouf. Now, we heard about example in Ghana, and we know that also Senegal, you are suffering we couldn't hear. Oh, okay, sorry. Sorry, I didn't see your faces. You please give me signals because I couldn't know. So having the experience with similar hazards and similar challenges facing climate change in Senegal, how do you currently actually manage drought risk in Senegal?
Merci beaucoup. Je voudrais d'abord remercier tous les panélistes, d'abord les collègues qui sont là, mais remercier aussi Global Shield pour cette initiative. Je pense que je vais d'abord dire deux choses. Le Sénégal n'a pas encore bénéficié d'une demande au niveau de Global Shield. L'invite du Ghana est une invite que nous prenons à 2 mains. Je voudrais juste rappeler qu'on est exposé, nous, de 2000 à 2000, je pense, 22. Nous sommes sur 28 catastrophes naturelles. Les collègues de la CNAS sont là, ils vont peut-être revenir dans le panel. Mais c'est dire qu'on est exposé, mais nos populations aussi sont exposées. Mais ces catastrophes naturelles ont un impact direct sur notre budget. Je pense que si on doit faire peut-être une estimation, c'est 1,5 du PIB en 2022. Ce qui est énorme, ce qui sape nos efforts en termes de développement. Maintenant, nous sommes sur cette initiative-là. C'est vrai que nous avons des outils sur lesquels nous nous basons. L'un des outils, c'est peut-être des outils budgétaires. À chaque fois que nous élaborons nos budgets, nous essayons sur nos propres moyens d'avoir des lignes budgétaires pour faire face à cela. Nous avons des crédits de contingence, nous avons aussi des fonds de contingence. Nous avons fait le tracking quand on a commencé l'exercice qui n'est pas aujourd'hui bouclé pour pouvoir rester sur 9 fonds sur lesquels nous faisons des efforts. À peu près 52 millions de dollars, mais qui est très faible par rapport aux besoins. Je pense qu'il y a quand même d'autres types d'outils comme l'assurance. L'assurance, mais deux types d'assurance. Nous avons une assurance classique, mais de plus en plus, les PME sont les plus exposés dans le cadre du changement climatique. Je pense qu'il y a des efforts qui sont faits, mais l'évaluation qui a été faite récemment par la Compagnie nationale d'assurance agricole nous montre que véritablement on est très loin du compte. Il n'y a que 3% des PME aujourd'hui au Sénégal qui sont touchés, et ce qui veut dire qu'il y a quand même un gap énorme à faire, à combler. Je pense que Global Shield vient à son heure. Nous sommes en train de valider notre document de diagnostic FRD, je pense dans 2 jours. C'est un processus assez inclusif que nous voulons davantage ouvrir pour davantage recueillir les préoccupations. Les préoccupations, c'est des questions de renforcement de capacité. Les préoccupations que nous avons, c'est des problèmes de données. Parce que sur le plan budgétaire, d'année en année, on se rend compte qu'on mobilise beaucoup d'argent. Mais cela témoigne du fait qu'on ne maîtrise pas le risque. Il nous faut davantage des études de vulnérabilité. Il nous faut davantage que ce risque-là puisse être modélisé du point de vue budgétaire. Je pense que ça, c'est des demandes que nous allons adresser d'ici peut-être la fin de l'année avec l'ensemble des acteurs parties prenantes, y compris la société civile, y compris les organisations qui travaillent avec nous sur ces questions-là. Mais je dois dire aussi, la recherche est une demande extrêmement importante parce que le climat, il faut véritablement beaucoup de recherche. Il faut du renforcement de capacité, mais il faudrait aussi que les instruments financiers puissent être mobilisés. Je pense que nous devons aussi faire confiance à nos cadres de gouvernance. Du point de vue budgétaire, quand même, nous avons de plus en plus d'instruments. À chaque année, nous faisons ce qu'on appelle le document d'identification des risques budgétaires. Aujourd'hui, au Sénégal, le budget constitue quand même un risque important sur lequel nous travaillons, mais il va falloir aussi, sur ce plan-là, qu'on puisse renforcer nos mécanismes, mais qu'on puisse aussi, sur la fiscalité, faire des efforts. Ce que nous faisons sur le plan assurance, il y a des efforts, mais il nous faut d'abord, conformément à la politique d'ailleurs des gouvernants, prendre en charge tout ce qui est volet protection sociale. Quand on a, nous, une catastrophe, c'est des populations qui sont touchées, c'est la formation brute de capital fixe, pour parler économiquement, qui est touchée, c'est des infrastructures entières qui sont sapées. Donc ça, c'est des années d'économie qui sont parties comme ça. Il va falloir qu'on travaille sur la maîtrise de risque pour pouvoir davantage quand même adresser ces questions-là. Voilà ce que je voudrais dire en termes d'introduction. Certainement, sur le plan assurance, les collègues sont là. On vous cherchait d'ailleurs. Il va falloir que vous preniez la parole pour dire quelles sont les attentes que nous avons au Sénégal. Et quand on aura validé le document aussi, nous comptons sur l'ensemble des partenaires. Je le disais, le Ghana est peut-être un exemple. Il va falloir aussi qu'on fasse du benchmarking pour voir un peu comment certaines questions ont été adressées et prises en compte. Et dans ce cadre-là, on pourra avancer sur cette problématique. Je vous remercie.
Yes, thank you so much, Mr. Diouf. I think you explained very well that the scope of support actually needs to include different elements, and that's why also with the Global Shield we can support be it research and data analysis that are the basis then to develop as a second specific solutions that are adapted to your needs, and last not least, but then also support for the implementation, like in the case of Ghana, where we were able to support the premium for ARC. Now, knowing that, and you have alluded to it, you have different hazards, and one of them flood being really a very imminent one. Now, there are different structures, and we know of, and we're supporting this also with colleagues from the Insurance Development Forum here, a product that actually is addressing floods in Senegal. Given the limited resources that are in contingent funds, this can actually also support. So to which extent do you expect that the Global Shield can already build on these existing pilots and then also scale up the solutions?
Je pense que les solutions auxquelles nous pensons déjà, c'est d'abord qu'il y a des fonds qui existent. Nous faisions une évaluation de ce processus de diagnostic pour montrer qu'on était à 182 millions de dollars pour prendre en charge un certain nombre de risques. Mais l'évaluation concrète nous montre qu'il nous faut peut-être 5 fois 182 millions pour prendre en charge ces risques-là. Ça veut dire que nous devons être innovants. Nous ne pouvons pas aujourd'hui, sur les efforts budgétaires que nous faisons, doubler nos budgets ou bien les tripler ou bien les quadrupler, mais nous comptons un peu sur peut-être des financements innovants. Nous avons des véhicules financiers aujourd'hui qui existent à travers Global Shield. C'est l'occasion lors de notre demande peut-être de pouvoir les formuler. La fiscalité, il y a des efforts à faire du point de vue cadre réglementaire, mais la fiscalité aussi constitue pour nous des niches sur lesquelles nous pouvons peut-être prendre de l'argent pour pouvoir faire face à certains risques. Mais globalement, le document sur lequel nous avons travaillé, c'est un document qui n'est pas validé, mais ça va être validé dans 2 jours. À la suite de cette validation-là, certainement, on reviendra sur une demande beaucoup plus concrète pour le Sénégal, en rapport avec l'ensemble des acteurs parties prenantes qui existent au Sénégal et qui vont peut-être formuler ces demandes-là secteur par secteur. Mais je dois aussi dire que si nous devons travailler de façon très continue sur ces problématiques-là, il y a un cadre existant, il y a des efforts qui sont là. C'est sur ces cadres-là qu'il faudrait partir pour pouvoir régler les problèmes. Au niveau de nos pays, nous avons des CDN, que ce soit au niveau de l'adaptation et de l'atténuation. Les problématiques qui sont aujourd'hui fixées et traitées, c'est des problématiques qui nous donnent des pistes assez claires sur ce qu'il faut régler. La problématique d'assurance est une problématique essentielle. Si nous parvenons à mettre nos PME à l'aise sur les problématiques d'assurance, l'essentiel du problème aujourd'hui est réglé. Je donne un exemple. Au niveau de, pendant la Covid, il y a beaucoup de questions qui ont été adressées comme ça aux compagnies d'assurance, mais qui n'étaient pas véritablement dans leurs prérogatives. Je pense que la capacitation, le benchmarking permettront de nous donner des pistes assez précises sur véritablement les solutions à aborder pour cela. Mais le Sénégal, comme tous les pays, s'efforce quand même à prendre en charge ces risques-là. Je disais, un État, c'est pas peut-être une entité qui attend. Je donne l'exemple de nos inondations. Il y a 2 mois, on était inondé à la partie nord du Sénégal. Le budget qu'on avait mobilisé globalement sur nos ressources ne faisait même pas le tiers du budget attendu. Et il fallait faire face forcément. Donc nous avons fait face à nos mécanismes internes. Mais à ce rythme-là aussi, vous comprendrez que nos mécanismes sont sapés et que nos capacités aussi sont assez faibles. Et que si le Global Shield peut nous permettre de pouvoir retrouver des financements innovants et d'avoir à peut-être recourir à des fonds qui sont très spéciaux et qui peuvent adresser ces questions-là, tant mieux. La reproche qu'on nous fait souvent avec le ministre des Finances, c'est de nous dire, à chaque fois que vous prévoyez une provision de risque pour un événement extrême, souvent la provision de risque est en deçà de l'événement en tant que tel. Ça veut dire que nous avons des problèmes à modéliser l'événement, à maîtriser le risque et à mieux assurer l'occurrence de ce risque-là. Et c'est là où le renforcement de capacité et les données sont extrêmement importantes pour nous permettre d'aller de l'avant. Et nous pensons que toutes ces problématiques-là, de façon structurée, vont être adressées dans notre demande pour permettre à cette collaboration-là d'être fructueuse. Merci beaucoup.
Yes, thank you very much. I think this was very good and very concrete example how data is one really specific requirement to then design solutions that address your needs, specifically also in order to have then funding available pre-arranged, meaning that the resources can flow timely and reliably. And these are aspects that are key also for you, Leslie, in developing solutions. Now, to which extent is it important to have these kind of resources for the specific adjustment and calibration for products for countries?
So for me, I think the starting point for disaster risk financing is always having a view on risk layering. We are talking about insurance today, but insurance is by no means the only instrument. Insurance needs to be accompanied by a contingency fund for the more frequent events, as well as a catastrophic layer for the really extreme events, and then insurance sitting in the middle. Then at the level of ARC, our approach has been really threefold, because we realize that the need for insurance goes beyond just the needs at the country level. So we have been developing insurance programs in Senegal with the humanitarian agencies, and some of our colleagues are in the room today, because those humanitarian agencies have to scale up their operations in the country in the aftermath of a disaster, and they're an integral part to the overall solution when it comes to disaster risk financing. The third element of our engagement, in addition to what we do at the country level and what we're doing with humanitarian actors, has been addressing, I think, what my colleague was talking about so eloquently in the beginning. So with CNAS, the National Insurance Company for Agriculture, the National Agricultural Insurance Scheme, we can then design a solution targeted at smallholder farmers, because the mathematics and the modeling is very similar. So then it's just the distribution of the product that is different. Then we can also think about the adaptive social safety nets. So in most countries, you have dedicated support for the poorest members of society directly from the government. But the number of people needing this type of support increases dramatically in the aftermath of a disaster. So in Senegal, we have then been in discussions with the World Bank and some of our other partners in terms of how we use insurance to scale up the adaptive social safety net. Then in addition to that, there are also insurance programs that are being launched by local insurance companies, which are then reinsured through us and then placed in the global reinsurance markets, through our partners such as Swiss Re that we have on the table. I think for us at ARC, this organized, this structured approach is extremely important, so that we don't run the risk of creating multiple competing initiatives that on one hand duplicate coverage in certain parts and leave coverage gaps in other parts. So really being coordinated via an instrument like ARC, which was created by the countries, also becomes important. And I'm really, again, pleased with the collaboration that we've had with the government of Senegal and also with the Global Shield in terms of just being very well organized in the way we approach the problem. Then finally, on the point on innovation, I think it's really important that innovation is not for innovation's sake, but innovation is to respond to a specific demand that exists within the country. And again, the flood product that we're working on is again an example of demand-led innovation, so that we're able to fully address the needs of the countries. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. So I think you just pointed to very important direct benefit of countries also having that inclusive in-country process that ensures that whatever we're supporting has actually this ownership in the country and addressing the specific problems that the country decides to prioritize, right? And we know that we cannot serve all the gaps because the gaps are increasing, and therefore we need to focus on those that are prioritized from the government side. But it also implies what we have heard from Senegal, but also seen in Ghana, that affordability is also an issue, right? And so for you, Leslie, just how do you strike the balance between the costs, the risks that are actually now analyzed and that the country is facing, with the necessary coverage that would be needed to actually provide financial protection?
So affordability is really a critical point. As I had mentioned in my opening remarks, that it's one of the structural barriers to the access of insurance. So our approach at ARC has been threefold, right? Because we also need to ensure the financial sustainability of the mechanism. So the first one is around building diversification. So what we mean by this is, while on the African continent there is something happening that is climate disaster related, it's not happening everywhere, every time. Meaning that if you have enough countries, enough humanitarian agencies, enough local insurers participating in the insurance program, the premiums that you collect from the regions where they have no claims will be enough to pay for the claims in the regions where they occur. One of the challenges that we face at ARC is that we don't have enough countries participating, so we end up with concentrations of risk in certain regions. And of course, when a disaster happens, then it affects all the countries in the region. So it's really important that we address this question of geographical diversification. In addition to geographical diversification, it's also diversification across perils or risks. In the country where there is a drought one year, it's unlikely that you will pay flood claims. So some of the premiums that you've collected on flood can then be used to pay for the drought claim. So you lower the risk structurally by being more diversified. The second approach is around scale. Insurance is a business that works at scale. There is a minimum cost base that is associated with having an insurance mechanism. The more countries you have participating, then the lower the unit cost of administration is. And for entities like ARC, we're a mutual insurance company set up for the benefit of the members, all the savings that we have on cost-wise translate directly into lower premiums for our members because we're not seeking to generate a profit. So really the costs and are decreased and the benefits are increased by the more people that we have around the table. And then the last point, and maybe the most controversial one, is that we are seeing an increase in the frequency and severity of natural disasters. So any model that is using historical data is underpricing the risk. If you look at Mozambique as an example of this, the three worst cyclones in Mozambique in their history happened, one in 1973, one in 2019, and one in 2023. So from this example alone, you can see that this is increasing. So then to spend maybe a little bit of time just to talk about the cyclone in 2023. This was Tropical Cyclone Freddy, which also holds the record for being the longest by duration cyclone. It lasted over 5 weeks. It also holds the record for being the longest travel cyclone because it came all the way from Indonesia. It also holds the record for being the most intense tropical cyclone that has ever been recorded. So we can already anticipate that in the future it's going to be worse. So when we take into account our pricing of the insurance products, we have to build this into the financial model. Otherwise, we will not be financially sustainable. But of course, we cannot raise prices as the only mechanism, right? Because we cannot increase the prices as the only solution. I think insurance has to be then coupled with other investments into adaptation as well, because if the price is too high, then of course will be uninsurable, and an economy that is uninsurable is uninvestable, as Mia Motley so eloquently put it. So for us, then, it's looking at the pricing to ensure financial sustainability. It's getting more countries to be involved. It's also then being more diversified by product and building scale. And on this part, I think this is where the Global Shield has a big role to play, because the barriers to scaling up are around the affordability of premiums, as we've already discussed, as well as the capitalization of the regional risk pools. So the more premium subsidies that we put in the pot, the more capital is made available, then the more risk we can underwrite and benefit from diversification and from scale. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Leslie. I think this was very illustrative what it actually means, how a risk pool can actually then benefit not only a specific country, but really the whole region, led by the members themselves. And I think it's very well put how you also see the challenges from the modeling side, given that we do have a trend of higher frequency and severity of events, something that also as an element of the Global Shield, the Global Risk Modeling Alliance is addressing, where we are working together with experts from the private sector to really find solutions how we can account for this. And I will come back to this just shortly, but now you have explained what are the necessary factors that need to be taken into account from the supply side, from an insurance or reinsurance perspective, but also on the demand side. It's really, really important to include the voices of civil society, and I'm really happy to have Monsieur Emmanuel Secker with us. Now, you are giving strategic guidance to the world's biggest network of civil society organizations to strengthen resilience. And it will be interesting to hear from you how important you see and what is actually the very significant aspect why we need to include civil society when we design and develop solutions for the problems that countries face regarding climate change.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Allow me first to thank Global Shield for giving us the opportunity to share the work we are doing on the field with communities. But to remind that civil society organizations are also represented within the Global Shield, but if I'm not wrong, and this is important to highlight that. We are working on issues that brought together two main things. I mean, humanitarians and climate change. So it's give us the opportunity to at least give a human face to climate change process and to connect the different dots. How to connect the dots? The first thing is to be sure that we all be in the same line. Being in the same line is when we are talking about disaster, what kind of disaster are we highlighting or raising? Are we talking about all disaster, or are we focusing on climate change disaster? Because if we want that Global Shield be complement to the other mechanism, I mean the Adaptation Fund, the Green Climate Fund, and the new funds, I mean the Fund for Response to Loss and Damage, we need to be clear. Clear will help countries also to design what we call a contingency plan, but focus on the issues that we are all talking about. If it is under the UNFCCC, it will be easy for everyone to really understand. Connecting the dots mean that we're working on synergizing the different initiative. I mean the framework, we are talking about the Sendai framework, which is part of the process. We have highlighted the drought issues, and the drought issue is considered in the UNCCD, in the UNCCD framework, and we have the convention, is to better help the communities at least to understand on which way we would like really to help them to understand, because they are the first respondent, and they are in the front line of the disaster. Before anyone comes to support the communities, community are there. They don't have certainly enough resources or enough means to face with disaster, but they are the first who are in the front line. And what we need to do when we want to connect the dots is at least not only enhancing the understanding on the issue of the issues that we are dealing with, but provide evidence. I think many people have said about that, talk about that. Providing evidence may help countries at least to give more priority on the issues. Do we think that these issues that we are talking about, disaster, is a priority for our countries? I'm not sure that that is the case. So this said, we as civil society, what we are trying to do on these issues is also to enhance the dialogue amongst the different stakeholders. For example, the national insurance company here is represented, but if you ask them, many farmers or those who are at the local level are not sometimes willing to pay for insurance, because the understanding they have on the insurance is when, for example, you pay insurance for car, there is no return. So what could be the incentive for those who are affected by the climate change, by disaster, to pay for insurance? And this issue also is a tricky one, because on all the debates that we have, people are talking about insurance. Can we accept that those who are affected by a disaster pay for the disaster? So we have to bring the issues of climate justice in this process. And we as civil society organization thinks that we have to take or to consider this principle within the process we are dealing with. Someone have highlighted the issues of social protection, but I think if we want to go to a resilience society, not only a low carbon society, the social protection issues is a key. If you look at, you go through the recent report of the ILO, I mean the International Labour Organization, it is said that in the 20 countries most vulnerable of the world, 90% of the people do not have access to any forms of social protection. This means 360 million of people. So how can we deal with climate change without considering all these issues? And I think our civil society organization representing the Global Network on Disaster Risk, but also an initiative that was supported by German government, which is the multi-actors partnership on climate and disaster risk finance and insurance. There are many of civil society organizations who are doing this work of sensitization at the country level, trying to connect the private sector, I mean the insurance company, with the beneficiaries, but also providing information and also evidence to allow at least that we come with a contingency plan or response plan related to disaster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Seck, for this comprehensive answer. I think what you have alluded to is very important, that's at the heart of the Global Shield. It's an inclusive process in order to hear actually what are the needs, but then also sharing experience, right? Sharing experience across the countries. And so for Leslie, it might hurt now ARC having a payout, but I think to an extent we can also be glad that Ghana has now also seen these are instruments that exist and then can actually be applied directly and have an impact on the affected population. But that also means people need to understand. So we do actually share these cases and products, solutions that are provided. But it's not only about insurance. That's definitely something that Leslie has alluded to it, and that's why the Global Shield has a wide spectrum of instruments that we need more or less all of them, right? The challenges are big. We need all of these instruments. And the Global Shield Solutions Platform is then entering, after the request is actually submitted, is entering a dialogue with the country to identify what is the best solution adapted to the specific needs that are prioritized from the countryside. And we have seen also now, just earlier Leslie has explained, right? Veronica, the challenges also for the insurance sector. How do we address these challenges of climate change? And one of them is we see a higher frequency and severity depending on what the data sources are, also limited data in these countries. What is actually the way how Swiss Re is actually calibrating its business model so that it aligns with climate change and addresses and makes sure that the products actually address these risks? Thanks.
Thank you, Annette. And I want to also thank Carsten and Astrid for having been incredible partners of the Insurance Development Forum, and of course, Swiss Re being a founding member and a very active participant to this day. We've really seen the benefit of this very inclusive dialogue you referred to. So just maybe allow me to touch on some quick points that I think from an industry perspective, and they're very complementing what we've heard so far. First and foremost, so if I look at my own business, what I do in Swiss Re today, I think it really speaks to what the IDF also wants to promote. There are 3 country priorities that are true independently of whatever political stance one may take. Protecting populations, achieve fiscal resilience, and help economic development towards sustainable economic models, right? Everywhere around the world, these are going to be the priorities. And so with efforts like the Global Shield, we're really acknowledging that we cannot afford to make too many mistakes or taking too long time in achieving these 3 objectives in a situation of escalating climate. And what the Global Shield allows us to do is actually build confidence in that process of aligning between different parties and finding the most suitable solutions at any point in time so that we can build long-term commitment. I think this is really critical. In the absence of a convening approach as the Global Shield enables, we cannot get to that long-term commitment and that stability. And so I just want to acknowledge you for what that does, because it's creating that alignment that otherwise we would struggle to find. I think you're right. It does start with the national strategies at the core. And so the disaster risk management that comes both with disaster risk reduction, be it the mitigation and the adaptation efforts, as well as disaster risk financing, need to be embedded in the political commitment to have a disaster risk management strategy that is long-term inspired. So I think the work of, for instance, Mexico, that goes into embedded in its constitution, gives the long-term signal in the market that certain things just are too important to be negotiable. The second thing, we've mentioned prearranged financing. I think that is insurance is a form of prearranged financing. It's not the only form, but what it does, it puts a price on inaction. And can be, as Leslie pointed out, complementing other forms of interventions, but it's paramount that governments do have it as part of their fiscal policy. Last but not least, I will bring attention to one aspect of the public-private partnership that could be transformative through the resilience building. We need to have more public asset protection. We know there are studies will come out soon where public assets are protected, you have long-term economic development and stability, but in vast majority of countries around the world, this is not the case today. And there are still policies that prevent governments from actually buying protection for public assets. So I'm delighted to hear that in some countries this is changing, but it is a way too wide a protection gap at this point in time. And when all these interventions are made, it was said before, we have to make sure that we do that with an equitable fashion. So the work that, for instance, Morocco has done around earthquake protection with FSEC is a stellar example of how you can have, with populations that can't afford, and they're excluded at the moment from the financing mechanism of insurance, to make sure that to establish a solidarity fund. That's a model that I would encourage again members of the Global Shield from a public sector standpoint to look into. It's a very interesting model where scalability could be achieved very, very quickly. And then last but not least, I really love what Emmanuel, allow me to address you on a first name basis, what Emmanuel said, tracking and tracing. So it's not just about having the right model, which are essential, and the data, but to prove that the work that we do is creating real impact for people on the ground. Otherwise, we're not demonstrating the value of insurance and the value of these initiatives. And with that, maybe I can double down onto Ghana. What do you think? Shall we talk about? Because there are indeed these 4 legs to the Global Shield program of intervention, which is very strategic. Again, I want to emphasize how very strategic your work has been. And as Insurance Development Forum, we've been privileged to work alongside you and the government of Ghana in urban flooding. And the Ghanaian approach is really, to me, a blueprint of what we should strive to deploy. This is about urban flood, but it's the blueprint of how it could be done in many markets, replicated around flood, but also replicated in its approach. We have worked with the disaster management organization, Charlotte is here on the panel, to really make sure that the priorities were very clear. We picked a typical case of disaster loss driver, which is urban flooding. 58% of cities around the world are affected by floods. So whatever we learned in Accra is actually going to be portable, not just across Ghana, and we hope to see that replicated in 5 cities in Ghana if the Ministry of Finance were to approve it, but actually to many other regions, to many other countries within West African region, and then internationally. The work started with, as you said, a multi-stakeholder approach. So we had the representatives from the industry, through the IDF, Swiss Re Alliance led that effort, but we also had the public sector, we had technology companies involved to help us find the most suitable answer, which could be different in different places, to how we're going to structure a cover that can scale, can be affordable, and can be suited for urban environments. And this is how we came up with having vetted various approaches, not narrowing down on a singular product or a singular way. We managed to identify the most cost-effective and most inclusive cover for urban vulnerable populations. That's a radar-based solution on satellites, and that's where the partnership with technology companies really made a scale-up possible quickly. Sorry, I'm hearing, I don't know if you can hear me properly. Okay, I'm hearing a lot of echo. And through that solution, we also managed to ensure that scalability was at the core. The second point that was mentioned before, making sure that the target population, where we want the impact to go, was part of the design principles. That was extremely important. And I'd say crucial to make sure that the use of proceeds will be defined in advance. So this is about food and non-food response, is about element of reconstruction and education after the facts, and logistical support, which I think is very important because it was stated before. What is this being used for? Let's make sure that when we then deploy, we can deploy as fast as possible. And then third, but not least important, to make sure that the price and the intervention will be well calibrated within a series of interventions. Sorry. Oh, it's disturbing. Within a series of interventions. So this cover is designed to protect between 1 in 10 and 1 in 20 years event, to have a price point that is affordable, to have a limit that is addressing exactly these particular target areas, and it is both financeable by the government. We understand there will be a co-participation, but most critically, we know that the Insure Resilience Fund is willing to support, also through the Global Shield, with financing of the program over a number of years. So we really hope that now that the product is ready to go, that we can see it reach the market and the population targeted.
Thank you very much, Veronica. So I didn't want to cut Veronica short because I think it shows very well how there are existing solutions and how we work together. And this is very important. One element objective of the Global Shield is to bring in different partners to coordinate and also facilitate then the countries and governments to have one-stop shop where you don't need to coordinate between different donors, but that you know exactly what is the narrative, what is the objective, and then also prioritize from your side what is the most important. Now we are a bit short in time, sorry, but I want to use now the opportunity to thank the panel. I think we don't have time for questions, but we are happy to stay here longer as well. I want to thank the panelists, the speakers, for being with us today. I also want to extend my thank you to donors that are supporting the Global Shield, given that the needs are really more than what we can address. It actually should be a done deal. So the United Nations Office, just to share with you, the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction estimates that $1 invested in resilience and risk reduction saves up to $15 in post-disaster relief. So this is something where we think this is a strong argument to give countries access to pre-arranged finance, and this is more than just a product, it's solutions that we already test, where countries can make first experience. And we just invite new donors come in, support us in helping countries to address the loss and damage they're facing. So thank you very much for your participation today. If you have time, please feel free to come up and ask questions, but we really appreciated having you here on the panel and the speakers, distinguished guests. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. How about now? Can you hear me now? Excellent. Welcome, everyone. My name is Cristina Rombitis Del Rio. I'm a senior advisor on adaptation and resilience with the UN Foundation, and I'm delighted to be your moderator for this session on adaptation without borders, knowledge sharing, and international cooperation to manage transboundary climate risks. This session is being live streamed, so welcome to all of those joining online. And we ask that those in the audience use your headphones to hear. You'll hear better that way because there's a lot of ambient noise here. And do put your hand up if you're having any technical difficulties. We have people who will come and sort those out for you. We have an incredibly rich panel prepared for you today, and so we'll get straight into it. But maybe just a few words before we hear from our first speaker about transboundary climate risks. These are risks of many different kinds. It includes the risks shared between countries, which can be shared ecosystems or infrastructure that crosses borders, or shared ocean issues. But they can also span across countries and across oceans and affect things like trade and energy supplies. And the impact can be increasing inequity, increasing poverty, forced migration, conflict. And so we want to dig into understanding these risks and, more importantly, what can we do about them? How can international cooperation, how can better knowledge sharing help address these risks? So we're going to hear from a number of high-level experts from different regions and from different walks of life and practice to talk about the materiality of these risks and how we can build a more resilient society by addressing these risks head-on. Our first speaker is Jessica Troney, who is the head of climate change, the Climate Change Adaptation Unit for the UN Environment Program. Jessica, please come up on stage, and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you very much for the invitation to participate, and thank you for the audience for making the time to come. My name is Jessica Troney. I head the adaptation unit at UNEP, based in Nairobi. So I'm just going to give you an example of transboundary risks in the African region and two project examples that we're implementing, and hopefully give you maybe ideas or trigger questions. So let's get to it. Okay, so the objectives of this event are to raise awareness of transboundary climate change impacts and risks, identify examples of such risks and recommendations for integrating them into policies, showcase successful examples of regional cooperation, and facilitate a discussion between us all on the issue of transboundary risks. The outcomes of this side event are going to contribute to a policy brief that we are preparing in partnership with the Stockholm Environment Institute on the materiality of transboundary risks as well as adaptation strategies to address them. So we're really hoping to get your feedback so that we can integrate that into the policy brief. So I'm going to be talking about the Lake Victoria Basin. It's the largest water body shared by in Africa, shared by Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, supporting the largest inland fishery, supporting 40 million people. In 2019 to 2020, there was unprecedented lake water levels, resulting in massive flooding in adjacent areas and downstream. Water volume hit record high again in 2024, so just 4 years later. High water levels are linked with climate change, but as well with environmental degradation and urbanization around the lake, contributing to increased runoff and sedimentation. So that's an important point, because developmental processes produce the vulnerability with climate change. And so understanding where those factors are of vulnerability gives us the solution space for adaptation. Then when we look at South Sudan, the increased Lake Victoria water height contributed to floods through the White Nile reaching South Sudan. Right now, in the ongoing floods, over 1 million people are estimated to have been affected, with 375,000 people displaced. So this is really interesting because it shows the ecological connection, the dynamic linking Lake Victoria with a non-riparian country such as South Sudan. Extensive damage to homes, crops and infrastructure have been observed, disruptions to education and health services and an increased risk of disease outbreaks, as well as links to conflicts. So what we're seeing really is a breakdown of the social economic system in South Sudan as we speak, with climate change as the trigger to that. So there's an area of land between South Sudan, Ethiopia, Uganda and Kenya called the Karamoja cluster. It's a cross-border area inhabited by pastoralist and agro-pastoralist communities with common historical, social and cultural ancestry and language. You get that a lot in Africa, by the way. The communities have a long history for developing strategies to optimize livestock production. Seasonal pastoralist mobility is used as a strategy for managing the rangeland, moving with livestock across wide territories within and across national borders. The impacts of climate change affect rangeland productivity, water availability, exacerbating competition for resources, and increasing potential for conflict. The result is forced displacement and migration, primarily caused by conflict and weather-related events. So there's a deep correlation between conflict, food security, climate change, displacement, and migration. So I'm going to present to you two projects that we're doing, one in South Sudan and one in the Lake Victoria Basin region. They're not connected, they're separate projects. So this one is funded by the Least Developed Countries Fund. It was started in 2019, I believe, 2020. COVID hit, so it didn't really advance very far, but we're now fully into the implementation phase. In terms of pastoralists, about 75% of households in South Sudan own livestock. There are more livestock than people. It's the 6th largest livestock herd in Africa. Climate change exacerbates existing stresses in South Sudan, including uncertainty around livestock health and the livelihoods of the pastoralist communities. And this is typically due to the loss of pasture lands and access to water resources. So what the project is doing for this, there we go. So there are a few components. It's an integrated strategy, but in terms of pastoralists, the key intervention is water supply harvesting infrastructure in 2 states, Terikak and Capoeira. They're called Hafiz. They're massive, well, they're small scale, but they're still quite large water harvesting structures. And that's really to alleviate frequent tensions between pastoralists and to help the livestock survive. And there's an early warning component in this project, both helping agro-pastoralists, so a large proportion of this community also grow crops. Okay, then to the Lake Victoria Basin project. It's located, this project, in 5 countries, Burundi, Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania and Uganda. And it has 5, it's actually finished now. We conducted the terminal evaluation this year, but it had 5 components: regional management of transboundary water catchment, climate information dissemination, regional approach to adaptation in vulnerable communities, community-based approaches and knowledge management. I have to say that the most successful part of this project was the community-based adaptation. We had small grants programs working in 5 countries. The component that was the most challenging was the regional cooperation. And so we need to do a little bit more thinking about how to promote dialogue and action around regional approaches. So, as I said, we had small grants programs in 5 countries, supported a range of technologies and practices from water harvesting to boreholes to small dams, small-scale dams, fish drying kilns, other small enterprises, land restoration, and it really did have a fantastic impact. And what we saw, when you talk about transformational impact, what we saw is that some of these pilots just transformed the communities themselves, transformed them into enterprises and knock-on supply chains. So, for example, with the fish drying kilns, some enterprising individuals, formed mobile units that took the technology around to villages. So pretty amazing to see that. And so lessons learned for this project. And by the way, you can find the terminal evaluation on the UNEP website. But here are some of the main lessons learned. Climate change adaptation works best when it's driven by communities at the lowest level, implemented by community groups. Capacity building and learning exchange between peer groups is really powerful in transforming mindsets, but it does take time. And here I'm also thinking about the transformational adaptation, the dialogues around that, because there seems to be an idea that transformation happens quickly at a very large scale, but this project shows that it's often a slow process and it happens at the lowest level. Successful implementation of the small-scale sub-projects has demonstrated the viability of locally led approaches. It's important to allocate sufficient time to allow the uptake of proposed technologies and demonstration of the full scope of benefits to communities and ecosystems. And gender considerations are absolutely critical in addressing structural inequalities. So I hope that was interesting and informative. And just to say, although this is a side event about transboundary adaptation, the solutions are often going to be at the local level. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jessica. I'll take that as well. Thank you. I think that provides an introduction to the issue and really highlighted examples that are very current and actually very big, but also that the solutions can be small and transformative even at a community level. Just to put things in a little bit in context for the negotiations, and Jessica, you touched on the transformation issue. The agreement out of COP28 last year, the global stocktake, really highlighted the issue of transboundary climate risks. In the global stocktake decision, parties recognize that climate change impacts are often transboundary in nature and may involve complex cascading risks that require knowledge sharing and international cooperation for addressing them. And similarly, the global goal on adaptation and the decision around the UAE framework for global climate resilience also emphasize that climate risks can benefit from climate change impacts are often transboundary in nature and may involve complex cascading risks that benefit from knowledge sharing and international cooperation. And we've seen that issue even come up in the negotiations just in the past few days. So this is also a very real and very current subject. I'd love to invite our panelists up on stage, if you wouldn't mind coming up. We're going to have a bit of a conversation now to kind of unpack these risks a little bit further. Our first speaker is Tahir Gozel, and I guess I can have a seat as well. Good. Our first speaker, we're pleased to have Tahir Gozel here. He's an entrepreneur and investor and founder of the Tahir Gozel Initiative for Development in Azerbaijan. So welcome, we're delighted to have you here and to hear about the region where we currently sit, but also have a private sector perspective on the panel. First question for you is, how do you see climate risks affecting things like trade and supply chains in this region? And how does this then in turn affect the private sector from what you've seen?
Thank you very much. It's a great privilege to be here in this extraordinary booth of OTI. I'm a businessman. I am in agriculture and as well as dry cargo and wet cargo transportation. It really is extraordinary, the significance of climate change in this region. It is very, very alarming. The first thing, obviously, is water stress. Azerbaijan is suffering deeply from this now. And it is not that there's not enough rain. There is. Probably the average volume of rain is the same. It's spread much. So you have periods of floods and drought here. And you have heat stress in the summer. The farmers which are collecting their produce in the summer, a lot of them gets spoiled. Then there is the issue with pests as the temperatures rise. Pest control becomes a great, great issue here. And when you grow bigger and you go out of the supply side to transportation, the Caspian Sea, which is a very, very important sea that regulates the flow of cargo all the way from China to Europe, the levels are coming drastically down. We see storms, delays in transportation, even in the Black Sea. We see that the weather patterns cause a lot of demurrage claims to the transshippers. A lot of it is affected. Also, I am also active in agriculture in Uzbekistan, and the situation there is exactly the same. And one of the greatest problems I see is that when you have things like water stress, the bigger companies, multinationals, companies like us, are much better prepared. The real people who suffer are the small farmers. And the whole point of agriculture is a subsistence for the normal poor people that needs this to survive, because they're not prepared, because they can't produce tanks. They don't have pivot irrigation systems to save on water. That is very, very alarming. It really is. In the Fergana Valley, the same thing. Of 14,000 glaciers in Tajikistan, which is a source of water for the Fergana Valley, the most fertile valley in that region, 1,000 are already full dry. 16% of the glaciers in Kyrgyzstan, the second source of water for that whole region, is already disappeared. It really is very, very alarming.
Thank you. That's indeed extremely alarming and interesting to see then the whole chain of effects that cascade from the farmer fields, from the glacier melt to the farmer field to the shipping and trade. I'd love to see where you see the opportunities for private sector companies to be managing these climate risks more proactively. What do you need? What do you see as the entry points to be able to make a positive difference?
I think the first thing we need is for the governments to understand that this is a transboundary project. Ecology is something you can't say a single government can handle this. The first thing we as private entity needs is, first of all, to be active, working side along with the government, working with think tanks, with NGOs, support them, and be an active advocate that we have to go transboundary. And that is why I think even institutions like ODI can play a very, very important role in spearheading the formation of these transboundary discussions. So I'm really proud of this panel that we're doing. As private entity, well, we can do a lot of investments. We can call for increasing finance. What have I done? What have I done as an individual? Well, I have rented my whole transportation fleet, 0 kilometers, brand new cars, because the around 60% of the Azerbaijan transportation fleet are 15 years and older, the trucks. And they are heavy emitters of carbon. And also the government of Azerbaijan is also, all the governments should actively go for alternative current transportation locomotives for the cargo to pass through. We need to create ships that transport cargo over the Caspian Sea with inert gas system to save a lot of, again, CO2. So there's a lot of role the private sector can do, but I think the best is that if we do it in cooperation with think tanks, with NGOs, and with the governments.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I think you really highlighted the points of partnership and again, the holistic picture. All the pieces need to be there. We're going to move on to Katie Harris next. Katie Harris is the Director of Adaptation Without Borders. And by the way, I am saving time for Q&A with the audience, just so everybody knows there will be an opportunity for that. Katie, I know you're standing in for a panelist that was going to be with us, but you're going to take us back to Africa to tell us a little bit about partnerships there to manage transboundary risks within policy spheres. So over to you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Yeah, it will have not escaped your notice that I am not David Awalala from the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support Group, and he sends his deepest apologies that he can't be here. He was called into some urgent discussions with African parliamentarians on this topic at the last moment. But we have been working within Adaptation Without Borders with stakeholders from right across the African continent over the last couple of years. So I thought I'd just give you a flavor, a highlight of what we've been doing. So the African Group of Negotiators Expert Support Group, or AGNES, are a group that are really set up to support the African Group of Negotiators and other stakeholders across Africa to translate some of the science that we know in terms of is impacting the climate risks that are impacting Africa, and translate that into the sorts of decisions, the sorts of policies that we need to see on adaptation. And over the past 2 years, we have been working together with the African Union Commission, with the African Union Development Agency, or AUDA-NAPAD, with the Least Developed Country Group, and of course also with the AGN, and with a range of regional economic communities across Africa, alongside civil society, to discuss the transboundary climate risks that the continent faces and how we can strengthen adaptation to them. We've been looking at all different types of transboundary climate risk. So we've been looking not only those that face neighbouring countries within the continents that we heard about from Jessica earlier, those that proliferate through shared ecosystems, through shared river basins and so on. But we've also been looking at how African countries right across the continent are vulnerable to climate change impacts happening from all around the world. And that's because risks are generated because of the food they import or the medicines they support, the pharmaceutical supply chains that they're reliant upon, where you've got big manufacturing hubs and critical raw materials are subject to climate risks. These all create a number of risks to supply chains, to trade and industry. And we've also been looking at remittances from around the world and how they could be impacted by climate risks, foreign direct investments that African countries make, and so on. So it's not just these risks that proliferate through ecosystems, it's also through trade, foreign policy, relationships, geopolitics, finance, and so on. So interesting to note that the African Union Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy and Action Plan, which runs from 2022 to 2032, actually is quite a front runner in recognizing the need to enhance coordination between the regional economic communities and the African Union's member states in addressing and managing transboundary and cascading climate risks. And in 2023, we saw ministers at the African Ministerial Conference on the Environment, so AMCEN, take a collective decision to encourage their member states to cooperate in the development of regional climate risk assessments, frameworks, plans, programs, and indicators on resilience building to transboundary and cascading climate risks, showing that it really has high-level political support. We've been working with a number of other partners within Adaptation Without Borders to produce some really key policy-driven research outputs. So we've been exploring the policy mechanisms of the African Union and the RECs, the Regional Economic Communities, to manage transboundary climate risks. So really looking into what existing governance frameworks there are out there. We've been developing guidance on integrating and managing transboundary climate risks in adaptation and sectoral planning. We've been producing policy briefs and also taking stock of what knowledge is out there on the specific transboundary climate risks the region faces. Just one more moment, if I may, Christina. So this all came together at a 2023 policy dialogue that we hosted in Nepal, where we really had discussions with the regional economic communities and governments, as well as the international community, on whose job it is to manage these risks. And this led to us co-producing a roadmap for African resilience. So what are the steps that we need to take in order to build resilience to transboundary climate risks by 2032? That roadmap now exists. It just needs some funding to put it into action. This year we're continuing the work. We're working in Senegal to look at how a particular country, so in West Africa, is exposed and vulnerable to transboundary climate risks. And we're working with the LDC group and the AGN to develop some indicators on transboundary climate risks to feed into the UAE to Belém work program. So just on the final note, I would say, we really see a strong push. It's really encouraging a push from a whole range of African stakeholders who are really recognizing the importance of transboundary climate risks, particularly for countries that are doubly hit, if you like, by both the direct impacts of climate change and the transboundary impacts of climate change. But, and I think this will be a critical discussion here, we need the adaptation financing community to catch up. At the moment, we're really lacking this sufficient finance we need to adapt to transboundary climate risks. And if you'd like to read more on that, a colleague of mine wrote a brief where she analysed how much multilateral climate finance was going to support transboundary projects. And barring the Adaptation Fund, it's a pretty dismal picture. So happy to talk more about that, but I'll pass the floor on to others in a moment.
Thank you so much, Katie. And for highlighting the issue of finance, which definitely we'll want to come back to. And of course, the Adaptation Fund massively did not meet its target by a massive amount. That's what I'm trying to say, unfortunately, in the first week of COP. We're going to move through all of the panelists, and then we will have time for a bit more of discussion and questions. Our next speaker takes us over to Latin America. We have Dr. Maria del Pilar Bueno Rubial, who is a senior researcher at the National Scientific and Technical Research Council of Argentina, or CONICET, and a professor at the Universidad Nacional de Rosario in Argentina. Pilar, so good to have you here. I would love to hear from your perspective, what are the opportunity to strengthen the mandates and capabilities at national, regional, and global institutions to better support knowledge sharing and international cooperation on transboundary risks, particularly in the Latin America and Caribbean region?
Thank you very much, Christina, for the question, and also thank you for having me and for inviting me, as always, to talk about transboundary climate risks. Is my pleasure, and also to give a voice to my region, to Latin America and the Caribbean today. That's also important for me to reflect. So I will keep my intervention to two main areas, let's say. First, the global one. And I'm happy I came after Katie because she touched three things I would like to really pick up and continue a little bit. The first one with respect to, main context we have here in COP29, including the GGI conversations and of course NCQG conversation. So more global level and more global discussions with respect to transboundary climate risk. along with Katie and all the team many times, I think the question after this very good outcome that is there in the sessions last year is what is next. So, of course, the Global Goal on Adaptation and the UAE framework is one piece of that. But at the same time, we need to know how to reflect that in a better way. So there are many questions, and we heard during this first week many different groups and countries saying they really would like to see transboundary climate risks reflected on additional guidance to the experts and modalities. So we have a good challenge there to understand during this second week how to give further guidance and to improve the modalities and to really have a good outcome next year in Belém with respect to transboundary climate risk. We can have, of course, the challenge of not ballooning, and we talk a lot about this before, because we have a lot of transboundary and cross-cutting considerations. We have the 11 targets. So how we can really include in thematic, in dimensional, transboundary climate risks will be very, very important. So we didn't hear from the room many options, not a lot of conversations about targets anyways. We have 9,000 already mapped, but happy to see that some of them are related to transboundary climate risks. So that's one of the main issues, I think, that we really keep very ambitious in terms of maintaining this topic on the agenda, to really help the different negotiators to understand why we need. Okay, yeah. Okay, so maybe I need to do this. Yeah. So to really help the negotiators to understand why it's very important to keep it on the agenda and to give experts more guidance on that. The second one is the relationship with the NCQG, because since the whole relationship between the GGA and the NCQG is very weak right now, one paragraph there and just that. So, of course, transboundary climate risks is even, absent of is not there in the equation in a clear and articulated way. So it's also very important, as Katie said, to talk with negotiators and with the different parties to really make them understand why we need more money specifically for this. Same with international organizations and regional organizations, and I'm going to the regional piece. Many times I said this since 2019, that conversations on transboundary climate risk starting to be stronger, that in Latin America and the Caribbean, we have a lot of good examples to really share with respect to this. In the negative and the positive side on climate transboundary risks, let me just give you a quick sample and just to go. We have a project between Argentina and Uruguay that was and is funded by the Adaptation Fund, occasionally talking about what happened with the fund. This project is quite important. It's a project related to the vulnerability of coastal communities in the Uruguay River. Let me tell you that the context of this, 20 years ago, we had a fight in international court between Argentina and Uruguay because of this river, because of a paper mill installed in this river. So to change that matrix of conflict from that place to the conversation on adaptation and cooperation in adaptation was the very first and very important step. And now, 4 years after all this project really running, we have a lot of very good best practices and good examples in terms of how these coastal communities in both countries and how the NAPs of both countries are very different in terms of process and sectors can really evolve together in order to provide information for BTRs and also for next round of NDCs with respect to these not only vulnerabilities, but also solutions. So yeah, I wanted to share that. Thank you, and very happy to engage afterwards.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Pilar, for both bringing us into the negotiating rooms and the conversations that have been happening here. And I'll note that just a few days ago, we had a party object to the language on transboundary in the GGA negotiations and actually asked for that to be removed. So we'll see if that happens, but that clearly shows more work to be done in the negotiating rooms, but also taking us to Latin America and this great example along the Uruguay River where the conflict, I remember it was in the news on a daily basis. I mean, this was a very big conflict. And to understand how transboundary cooperation and adaptation has really turned it around is a magnificent case study. Next, we'll go to Mr. Argo Singha Roy, who's the Director of Climate Change and Sustainable Development at the Asian Development Bank. Argo is going to talk to us a little bit about how to better leverage the mandates and capabilities of multinational development banks, such as ADB, to strengthen work and cooperation on adaptation and transboundary climate risks. And again, I'll note, I said this the other day when we were speaking, MDBs have a lot of challenges that restrict them and often a lack of flexibility. But I think the ADB has really been innovating to tackle a lot of the forefront issues on adaptation. So would love to hear how you're doing that.
Thanks, Christina, and thanks, colleagues, for having us. Always appreciate the work of Adaptation Without Borders. Great to learn from you guys. Maybe I'm going to turn the question a bit, say, the other way around. I heard a lot of colleagues talking about finance not flowing for this, kind of issues. I mean, is the finance not flowing because we are talking? Sorry, yeah. All right. Can you hear me? Thank you. Can you hear me properly? Yeah. So is the finance not flowing because we are emphasizing the risk more? Will it finance flow better if we talk about the opportunities that this will provide? I think this is important to understand because I was looking at, we at ADB been working on regional cooperation largely for the last 40 years. And the kind of language they use is, I took a note of it, cross-border infrastructure, everybody invest in, trade integration, financial sector integration, because you want finance to flow, regional integration of markets. This is the kind of language people investing in regional cooperation typically use. And if you unpack that language, it's all about opportunities. See, if you do this at a regional level, then that becomes an opportunity for further investments to come in and the region develop as a system, as a whole. So maybe one thing is to maybe see how we can change the narrative from risk to the opportunities that these investments will bring in. The second is that beyond the climate funds, and I'm slightly deviating from your question before I go to ADB, beyond the climate funds, if you want to mobilize larger financing for regional, let's say, issues around transboundary risks and opportunities, then we have to look at non-traditional partners. So one of the partners is the banking sector. If you look at any region, I can take the ASEAN region, Southeast Asia region as an example, there are many banks that not only function in their country, but in other countries because they want to penetrate the market. Now, each of these banks will face a risk from physical climate risk because of operations in each country. So maybe one way of looking is how can we move beyond the traditional stakeholders who we think about providing money for adaptation and think about other stakeholders who have vested interest in the region because they want to grow their market and have more development. So that's the second bit of it. And the third bit of it from ADB point of view, so what we have been doing last couple of years is regional cooperation has always been one of the priorities for ADB, always. But within the regional cooperation, we have now emphasized climate mitigation, adaptation, regional public good as a strong part of that RCI of portfolio of ours. And to incentivize that, we have created, as a part of our, World Bank has IDA, we have got Asian Development Fund as a counterpart funding, basically, for most vulnerable country. We have created a new window that provide additional grant-only financing for investments that are looking at regional cooperation and adaptation as a solution. And secondly, just a couple of days back over here, we announced a very big program for Central Asia, from glaciers to farm. The whole idea is to bring in investments that are looking at regional issues from glaciers melt to farms. So this is, I think, a positive sign. So we are taking small steps, but I must highlight the issues. Even if you create the incentive mechanism for these kind of investments, at the end of the day, decisions for investments happen at a country level. How a country wants to use its own financing, it's a country is the one. So I think much more convening has to happen to bring countries together to understand and make them understand the issues, but also the opportunities. If they invest in these issues, what they benefit from, perhaps that's the way we can shift the narrative and have essentially more finance flow through it. I'll stop here. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Argo, for really thought-provoking comments there. And I'm going to kind of use this as a basis for discussion a little bit more. And I saw you nodding your head a lot when Argo was talking about this issue of opportunity and reframing and how do we actually harness some of the vested interests. And just wanted to give you an opportunity to respond to that and see, do you see opportunities to do that in this region? To reframe the narrative, to use the vested interests to get more powerful actors engaged and working together on this issue.
Thank you very much. It's been really enlightening to listen to all of you. And I think the governments here are realizing in this part of the world where I am. Now, Azerbaijan and Uzbekistan, for example, have a joint fund of $500 million, where the entities in Azerbaijan will invest in Uzbekistan and then in here. I think for the private sector, speaking as a private sector, I'm not government, the best thing to do is to invest in the other countries and ask them to invest in your country. When there is this cross-country investment platform, then you can look the issue on a high level. The same thing is for multinational companies, the great seed companies like Monsanto, BASF. They also should look at this whole region, as a totality. So this is really what I wanted to share. For example, in the ports in Azerbaijan, we now have a lot of Kazakh investors which want to invest in our ports, and we have the same issues: lack of water, the port infrastructure, the challenges we have. You see, it doesn't matter if you invest $2 billion, modernize your port to be resilient to the next 20 years of water levels in the Caspian, if the other port is not ready. Whatever you have done here, it's a loss of money. You have to make sure the other side is mirroring your investment. We really are living in a world, especially, I think ecology, we should really approach it in a very religious sense. Religious in the original Latin sense of religare, bring us all together. We really have to see that this cannot be handled locally. The investors also should have this mindset. Thank you.
Fantastic points. Katie and Pilar, this next one is for both of you. It's an issue that's a perennial issue with transboundary risks, is that there's no clear risk owner. There's no one whose mandate it is to manage transboundary risks because it cuts across sectors and ministerial lines and boundaries, as it were. And so would love to hear your thoughts and particularly any examples you can bring where we've been able to get that risk ownership clarified, where we've been able to bring in some of the unusual suspects, so often climate risks that put to climate ministries, but actually we need to be talking to finance ministries, trade ministries, far beyond just the environment and climate ministries to handle these risks. And again, we just heard about private sector involvement as well. Any good examples on how we've been able to assign those risks or create management, to create mandate for risk management?
Whew, that's a big question. Couple of things spring to mind. So, first of all, to pick up on your point on public-private collaboration, it is absolutely critical that businesses, the private sector, step up and help the supply chains that they manage to adapt to the impacts of climate change right across their value chains. And this is in businesses' own interests. It's also in the community's interests that are reliant on those supply chains. But it's all well and good to say, okay, well, this is all for businesses to do. Businesses need an enabling environment from governments. They need the right incentives. They need governments to level the playing field, and they face a number of barriers when it comes to adaptation themselves of their supply chains. So we've been exploring this with a number of businesses over the last couple of years. We've been working with the World Economic Forum, who have started a new initiative to really support and enable and encourage businesses to take stronger action to adapt to the effects of climate change in their supply chains. We've been working with the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, with UN Global Compact, and with Business for Social Responsibility to really try to define this, who needs to manage what risk, and what risks is the private sector best placed to manage, and what risks governments and the public sector best placed to manage. I don't think we're at the stage yet where we have answers, but it's really encouraging to see the level of engagement and interest from the private sector, who I think have really woken up as well, both governments and the private sector alike, since COVID, to understand really how what starts off as a threat or as a risk over there can very quickly cascade across countries, continents, but also from one sector to another, and that we have to manage this more proactively and more comprehensively. Another area I would say is we are starting to see some countries really take a different approach to their climate risk and vulnerability assessments that then inform their national adaptation planning, and really try to integrate transboundary climate risks into their national adaptation plans, and through that process try to assign risk owners for different risks. Several countries are starting to do this. The UK, I would say, is a front runner in that for their third climate risk and vulnerability assessment and their national adaptation plan, they identified, I think it's something like 61 risks, and a high number of those were transboundary climate risks. And for each risk, they have assigned a risk owner across their different departments and ministries, whose job it is not to try and manage that risk alone, but to engage all the relevant ministries in devising an action plan to manage that risk. I'd love to go back in a year's time and ask them how they've done it, how well they think they've achieved that, and some of the opportunities but also challenges they face. But it does show that this is possible, and I think my concern is at the moment is, while we are starting to see some countries integrate transboundary risks into their NAPs, into their national adaptation plans, it is those countries with the capacities and the resources to do so. And my fear is that we will see widening inequities around the world, that it will be those countries with fewer resources, with fewer coping capacities when it comes to climate change, that will struggle to devote the resources to do this kind of work, and that we will get that even bigger divide between countries who are able to adapt to these risks and those who aren't.
Thank you for the question. I was thinking of like one more positive, one more or not so positive, just to compare in the same region, in my region. For many time, water management was, something a little bit contentious in Cuenca del Plata and in South America. So we have some cooperation agreements and institutions to really help us to deal with that, and that have been for some decades to help us. But at the same time, when you analyze those institutions, climate mainstreaming is not so strong. So, of course, transboundary climate risk is still not there. So I think that is a case where you see all what happened in Brazil this year, what happened in Uruguay and Argentina in the first part of the year and last year. I mean, I don't know if you know that people from Uruguay stay for a month drinking salty water. I mean, this is completely out of any equation in the history of our sub-region and in a region blessed by water. So this was very strong in the identity and the logic of the sub-region, but then the response in terms of dealing with that at the planning level, at the cooperation level and transboundary climate risk was not so strong. So I think that's a but we have a potential there. So that's the other side. Then when you go to agriculture, where the private sector is very strong, and the relationship between the same countries, I mean, referring to the same countries, they have dealt with risk forever in agriculture. So now they are already pretty advanced in terms of the ownership of risks. Of course, when you lose a big percentage of your GDP because of the droughts or floods referred to climate change in countries that are based on agriculture, I mean, agriculture is main for our economies. So it's logic that you consider, I mean, that you have more cooperation and more ownership. But then water is also a big part of that equation that didn't. So I think that are the kind of inconsistencies. I think private sector played a very good role on that regard in order to help that conversation, to help also public sector, not only at the traditional level of institutions that are very important, but also to understand which are the tools that you can develop to deal with transboundary risk at the agriculture level. Then the out is water. I don't know if I was clear enough. I think it's difficult to provide that picture. But trying to have these two sides of the same page, because finally water and agriculture, in particular for very small businesses, small farmers are even more important. I don't know if...
I'll pass it over to you or go next in a second. We'll open up for questions in a minute if there are questions from the audience, but also invite panelists to ask each other questions or respond to each other's comments. Orgo, just a quick question from you. So we heard from Jessica at the beginning with the example from Lake Victoria that really went from community-based or locally led adaptation to the transboundary regional level, and I know that both of these are areas where the ADB is working and doing some pioneering work. Would love to see how you see the connectivity from the locally led up to the transboundary level, and how that may be happening if you have examples to draw from, or if not, what are some of the challenges that need to be addressed?
Okay, couple of examples come to mind. There's some work happening in the Greater Mekong region, some cross-border towns between Laos and Vietnam, or Laos and Cambodia, and we are investing in these cross-border towns primarily from infrastructure point of view. But we have figured out that a lot of people, they cross border for daily work and come back, kind of thing, right? So. It's an important thing to keep in mind, because if you're investing in one of the towns and the infrastructure in the other one is not sufficiently good enough, then during flooding or drought, it affects. So I think that's a kind of from a mobility point of view, it's important to understand. Now, the work on flood risk management that connects, countries, there a lot of work happens at a community level of communities in adjacent countries living together, whatever, similar kind of approaches. But beyond that, I am not aware of so much work that's connected from local to that regional scale. But saying that, I'm sure there are opportunities there. Again, for me, the issue is that at the end of the day, much of this investments in Transboundary depends on how much a region or a sub-region wants to identify themselves as one. So the Southeast Asia, ASEAN has a very strong, identity of ASEAN, one ASEAN. The region I come from, not so much. But so there are, I think geopolitically, we're talking, I think that's very important. And where you have those kind of strong identity, I think one should take advantage of this, because there the commitments are going to be much, much higher to look at these issues together. Where there are not so much, then it becomes slightly difficult. Maybe that's an important thing to keep in mind when we're trying to promote this work. Sorry, I didn't ask you a question directly, actually.
No, but a really good observation and a really good provocation again from you. Let's go to the audience, but also if there are any questions that you want to ask each other, let me know. Any questions from the audience? Okay, we'll take a couple questions and then come back.
Well, thank you very much. I'm Céline Kaufmann. I'm part of IDRI, which is one of the partners within OBI. Thank you to all the speakers. That was fascinating and super interesting. I have actually two related questions. The first one has to do with the institutional setup to make it happen, to make happen the transboundary cooperation that was alluded for the case of Latin America, for example, because it's very difficult to sustain cooperation, across borders on a project-by-project approach. So if you need an institution, to kind of support that, we know that the water sector is an example, a sector where there are many areas in the world that already have institutions that support cooperation, but the issue is probably that they don't have the mandate to look at climate adaptation. Do we have good example to showcase where you may know of one institution that is doing the job actually well of integrating the adaptation and the climate risk into a broader mandate? That would be the first question. And it leads me to the second one, which is very related to what you were mentioning from the ADB perspective, because regional development banks, they are regional institutions in a way, channeling a specific, object, which is finance. But you have, multiple members, you can support cooperation. And you mentioned actually what you're doing in terms of providing seed funding, more or less, for this new infrastructure. But I have the feeling that the big issue is not the new funding for new infrastructure, is actually changing the mindset and the mandate of the investment that goes into the traditional infrastructure that might not be resilient. So how do you make that shift so that, the traditional finance that goes into infrastructure, more generally speaking, actually shift to resilient infrastructure and not to the traditional infrastructure that will lock in countries into non-resilient infrastructure?
Great. So a question on institutions and then mainstreaming this into the large-scale finance around infrastructure.
Thank you. Richard Klein, Stockholm Environment Institute, and also one of the founding organizations behind Adaptation Without Borders. My question is specifically about the issue of knowledge sharing and international cooperation, which last year countries agreed is needed to be able to manage transboundary climate risk. My question to the panel would be, what platform or what opportunities do you see where that knowledge sharing and international cooperation could take place sort of on a continuous basis? The UNFCCC, of course, has opportunities. There's the Nairobi Work Program for knowledge and information sharing. One could think of some kind of dialogue to discuss international cooperation, but of course that's only the beginning. Where, particularly outside of the UNFCCC process, would this international cooperation and knowledge sharing take place?
Great. Question around knowledge sharing and where it can take place. And one last question here.
Thank you very much. Really interesting discussion. I'm Beatrice Masello from Senior Advisor on Climate Peace and Security at Adelphi. We are currently working on a project with the OSCE, the Organization for Security Cooperation in Europe, in Central Asia and other regions, using exactly the same approach, kind of cooperation over shared climate risks to kind of improve also the relationships between countries, between different actors at the regional level. Our project starts from the local level, so we work in municipalities across the border to tackle, for example, fire-related risks or risks coming from glacier melting and so on. And then we kind of use that as an entry point to build cooperation between countries and kind of improve the regional landscape. I was wondering, from your presentation, so from, for example, Regional Development Bank perspective, how do you go the other way? So how do you make sure that the kind of regional approach gets down and provides benefit to the very local level, so to the communities, to the cities, to the villages, so that at the end of the day, they are the one kind of benefiting from better management of these joint risks. Thank you so much.
Super, thank you. Some excellent questions. Who wants to start?
I'm a businessman. I have no idea how to answer your questions. But I want to say something as a citizen of the world and citizen of this region. This situation in Central Asia is horrendous. Our governments should understand one thing. If we don't talk, there will be wars. You see, you have to understand, when your food depends on water, that's critical. But think of Tajikistan and Kyrgyzstan. 95% of their energy, electricity, depends on water as well. And water is evaporating. So if your energy and your food depends on this, and you're an upstream country, and you're trying to hold on to that water, and downstream, there is this great Fergana Valley, 20 million people survive on this water. And I encourage you to see these rivers, the Amur River, and the Sir River that flows from these mountains, glaciers. Let me picture this. The whole desert, thousands of kilometers, almost as dry as a granite. And then you have this snake of green, just goes on for 1,000 kilometers, just a few kilometers wide in this dark desert. And this is where 20 million people survive. And the water is evaporating. So this is, look at our region. I pray every day that Azerbaijan and Armenia come to a peace agreement ASAP, because the rivers that are flowing from Turkey to this part of the world are also drying up, the Aras Kura River. I honestly think it is the ecology that brings the necessity of us working together. We can't afford wars anymore, simply because of the dangers, existential danger that we are in. Thank you very much.
Wow, follow that. I'm going to try and attempt Richard's question, which is around ongoing cooperation, but I might also turn to a few others in the audience who I know have as much experience on this topic, if not more so than me. So if we've got time, we'll see, but I also welcome comments and those of you in the audience also sharing your experiences and as well as your questions. But yeah, ongoing cooperation, I think there is a lot more regional organizations could be doing than they're doing at the moment to actually implement and coordinate adaptation to transboundary climate risks that their member states face. We've been working on a big project, Cascades, over the last 4 years that looked at what more the EU and its member states could be doing to strengthen cooperation to manage these risks on a more regular basis. And the lead author of the summary report is in the audience, so talk to Ruth afterwards if you'd like to know more. We've also been working with the Nordic Council of Ministers, for instance, on what role they could play to be supporting their member states in adaptation. So I think regional organisations can do a lot, particularly for the risks that their regions have in common, that their member states have in common. But then there are other transboundary climate risks that are truly international, that really do connect countries thousands of miles apart. Those are the ones that we've talked about to do with trade, to do with finance. I don't think it's possible for us to advance adaptation to those sorts of risks through regional cooperation alone. And there I think we really do need some of the international organizations to be playing a much stronger role on adaptation. You can imagine sort of WFP, for instance, playing a much stronger role in the transboundary climate risks to food security around the world. The locally led adaptation agenda is so important. We know adaptation has to be context specific. We know it works best when local communities are empowered and driving the adaptation solutions that they need. But this is why it's so important to sort of get information from the global to the local level and right back up again, so that local communities understand the transboundary climate risks they face. They understand what adaptation solutions they can implement. In the case of food security, maybe it's local food banks and so on. But that adaptation also happens at the higher scales as well. And we need to really treat adaptation as the global challenge that the Paris Agreement professes it to be.
Thank you for the questions. I will try to address these two, or at least make some comments. I will start with yours because it's quite related to the example I provided, and I think it's very interesting to understand what the institutions that we already have can really what we can achieve there and what we cannot achieve there and what we need to do. As you said, I can't agree more. In the case of the Uruguay River, for example, just to maintain the example, let's say, we have a commission. That commission was formed in the 60s, 70s, in a very conflict context between South American countries for water. At that point in time, in particular for energy coming from water. So at that point in time, all these institutions came in order to manage common resources, such as CARU, this one. And the idea there was just to say what you can do and what you cannot do in a common resource, and the previous exchange that parties need to do before doing whatever. So it's just that. So any attempt to really mainstreaming more, even though there are a lot of, different exchanges between in this case, the two countries, then what can really CARU do more with respect to this? You need a complete transformation. You need to change the letter and the constitution of the body itself to really mainstreaming. Do you have the vocation to do that? Well, of course, currently in Argentina, you don't have it at all, but I mean, previously, we were not there, even with other contexts. So I agree that probably we will need to check institution by institution in order to see which institution can really be amended in a way that really mainstream transboundary climate risks, and the ones that will not be able or is even more messy, and you need to develop something that can be bigger. That I think it's very important and positive in the context of South American cooperation, for example, that we have a lot of common rivers and common and shared basins. So that's not something so atypical. Because then if you need to change the purpose of every single document, that could be more difficult. Same with the NAPs, because right now even the countries have different type of NAPs. So you see that Uruguay, for example, Uruguay has sectoral NAPs. So they have a coastal NAP. So they could incorporate, and they incorporate the two sides. I mean, they provided their risks associated with the river, and also incorporate what is coming for the project. And Argentina is more in terms of ecoregions. So I think that's a good example, because you have two different stories there in terms of how you develop your planning instruments, but in both cases, they could include it and also come back with solutions that are common solutions. Right now, you have climate considerations, transboundary climate risk in both NAPs with respect to the same river in a different language or considering the two different NAPs or methodologies of both. My last, with respect to Richard's comment, I was thinking of the same with respect to all the conversation on para 38. I think that that's a very interesting entry point because even if, I mean, sorry? Yeah, I will. I'm going there. Thank you, Christina, for giving me that heads up. It's true. During this week, a lot of conversations in the Global Goal on Adaptation room, let's say, of the negotiations. The G77 expressed that they wanted to discuss at the same level that the World Programme on Indicators, the paragraph 38 of the decision of last year. That paragraph includes different provisions. One of them, I think it was the first one, but I can be confused, is about knowledge sharing. So another one on IPCC, another one of risk, other one of review of the framework, etc. So and since the whole decision already said that organizations, international organizations, as you said, can really step up to say, okay, I'm not the owner of this indicator, but I can really be part of the global effort and really step up to say, I think Adaptation Without Borders can really, and many different organizations can really step up to say, for a lot of years, we have been monitoring transboundary climate risks. If we have an indicator, and a specific indicator for thematic, for the cycle, for both of it, it's really interesting if you can develop some kind of platform that can really have all this information together. So I see that's a very interesting landing point.
Maybe I'm going to just briefly answer your question on the infrastructure. I don't think the approach of mainstreaming climate risk management in infrastructure or climate proofing of infrastructure works anymore. The risk regime has completely changed. So what we need to do is understand the risk context, current and future risk, and then decide in that risk context what infrastructure is most appropriate, which is very different from mainstreaming traditional approach. But of course, that decision depends on what is your purpose. Is your purpose to provide basic services to the poorest population? Is your purpose to do trade connectivity? Is your purpose to do something else? Depending on that purpose and the understanding of the risk landscape, then you decide what is the most appropriate infrastructure. For connectivity, if that's your purpose, maybe the infrastructure is a road, but maybe it's not. Maybe it's actually waterways is the most effective way of connecting in the future. So I think this change of mindset, of understanding risk, the landscape, current and future very well, with the uncertainties associated with, of course, and in that context decide what kind of investment is most appropriate is the change we need. Currently what happens is there is an investment on road. It's decided already, road will be built. Okay, now let me look at the flood risk the road might face. Let's change the design of the road structure. But that is not going to take you anymore because the risk regime has changed so much and continuously changing. So that's kind of a patchwork, kind of solution. So I think this big shift is required. That makes sense, I don't know.
Super. Does anyone want to take the question on making sure that local communities benefit? Anyone? Yeah.
I can give an example as a businessman. We are one of the largest distributors of pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, seeds in this business in Azerbaijan. And the multinationals which work with us in here were so pleased with our efforts. They asked us to be active in Uzbekistan as well. Once we went into that country, we realized the low level of education of the farmers in local there. about how to choose the right seeds, how to apply pesticides in the right. It really was a stark contrast to Azerbaijan, which is a little bit better. But after we work with them for a while, because we're selling seeds or whatever, all these products, we want our money back from the people we've sold. And if that person is not making money, we can't make money. And we realized that the current seeds that are available in the world, in fact, it's not suitable for the climate. So we started a seed breeding program right there in Uzbekistan. This is a lot of investment and effort because we went there with a long-term view and in close touch with the farmers, trying to bring a whole new variety of seed that is adaptable to that location. And only later on I realized what a valuable input this is to the local economy as I spoke to some African countries and there was a lot of demand, say, Tahir, please come to our part of the world as well. So yes, as a businessman, large companies which can drive top-down change are important to me. The visions are important. I have one last comment. Madam, I love your French accent in English. Reminds me of my partner who's also French, and I adore her, and I love you. Je vous aime, vous êtes magnifique.
That's a lovely note to end this panel on. Thank you so much to our panelists for really thought-provoking ideas, reframings, examples from all different regions and walks of life. So thank you very much. Let's have a round of applause for our panel here. I'll invite you to take a seat, and then to close us up, I'd like to invite Mr. Ayman Cherakouri. Did I say that right? There we go. Yeah. He's the director at the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training and coordinator of the Mohammed VI Prize for Climate and Sustainable Development, and also an Adaptation Without Borders ambassador. So happy to have you here. I will turn. Are you speaking first, Katie? No. Okay.
Thank you very much. Very happy to be here. Love is a tough act to follow, but I'm certainly loving the being part of this important activity. So to provide some elements of reflections in terms of a potential path forward, I'm gonna, as I often do, take inspiration from my dear friend Richard and his question earlier about within the nurture proceed process, but also outside of nurture after proceed process. And let me take this up. So in terms of that, within nurture proceed process, of course, the UAE Global Climate Resilience Framework provided, I think, very important opportunities in terms of engagement to further drive forward the agenda that we are all working on. And specifically, of course, when you look, and it's not the only example, well, I think it's Article 50 or 60, around there, 60 and 61, where you have the 7 thematic targets, and then you have the 4 process targets that are right after that. And the chapeau of the article about the 7 thematic targets clearly indicate action at all levels. So national, regional, local, global, etc. So I think that provides us with a bit of a, not quite Trojan horse, but a bridge for us to engage in that important opportunity to contribute to the substance of the process going forward. The other opportunity, one of the other opportunity as I can think of, connected to nurture proceed process, but not quite within, in the IPCC process, as part of the 7th assessment cycle, we have a special report that will be on cities and climate change. And transboundary collaboration between cities, I think, is a space that is quite transformational and perhaps that we have yet to fully capture in terms of cascading climate risks and beyond. Of course, as I saw the UNEP logo, next year there will be the 7th United Nations Environment Assembly, the theme of which is still being refined and defined, and to be decided in the month of December. But again, there is an interesting space for us to further engage, mainstream, and contribute to progress in terms of that important agenda. And also, I had another one I thought of as I was sitting down and being very inspired by the remarks, but it is eluding me right now, I have to say. Hopefully it'll come back within the next couple of minutes. In the meantime, I wanted to share with you a quote from Barack Obama, It's not the most recent quote, but he said once that we are not defined by our borders, but by our bonds. And this idea of bonds, I think, is very critical to the way adaptation without borders work. In terms of bonds being sometimes a source of vulnerability when you look at transboundary climate risks, but also bonds being a source of power and strength and scale and speed when it comes to defining solutions, better developing knowledge and understanding as for what are those climate risks. And there's amazing work that's been done by the Adaptation Without Borders, all the different partners, of course, but as a conglomerate, and how we can further build on that work and identify solutions as a continuation of that knowledge work, I think would be an amazing contribution that the Adaptation Without Borders is already making, but that we're committed to making even more. Thank you.
Thanks so much. We could give a little round of applause for that. Thanks so much, Ayman. I have the unenviable task of trying to synthesize such a rich discussion over the last 90 minutes. I'm going to take my headphones off as well. I would say, thank you. I would say we started off an hour and a half ago with Jessica from UNEP reminding us that transboundary climate risks are already manifesting. We heard about two very specific examples in the Lake Victoria Basin, also in South Sudan. But we also heard how UNEP are advancing programs to manage these transboundary climate risks. And I think this really shows it can be done. When we first started Adaptation Without Borders in 2019, we were repeatedly told it's too complex, they're too abstract. These risks are really of a level above our ability to manage. And I think this work, these programs, fly in the face of that and are a real testament to what can be scaled up and achieved in the future. Then we had a fantastic panel discussion. We really heard from Tahir about how much businesses in the private sector and this region, where we're gathered here today at COP29, is really facing transboundary climate risks, really at the forefront, the front end of them, but also how much we need international collaboration, regional collaboration, private-public collaboration to manage them. We need to talk about these risks, however political, however challenging, however complex, we need to be talking about them. We heard from Pilar about, well, first of all, a great example that gave us hope and optimism from the Latin America region about how we can advance progress and adaptation and cooperation to manage these risks, but about also how much work we have to do to find their place, find how they fit within the UNFCCC negotiations, particularly as we think about developing indicators over the next 2 years towards the global goal on adaptation. How do we account for transboundary climate risks there in ways that aren't overwhelming and overburdening to parties and adding to the proliferation of indicators, but still manage to reflect them? And then we heard from Ogoye at the Asian Development Bank around how we need to really think about change in mindset to do with risk, but also a change in narrative, that we can't just focus on the risks, we also need to focus on the opportunities that investments to managing these risks could afford. We need to think about new actors, the role that banks could play in managing these risks. And we've heard of the opportunities that lie ahead over the next year. So I just want to thank everyone. I also want to thank Christina for doing a fantastic job moderating this. And we're really appreciative to our friends at the UN Foundation for advancing this journey with us here. And to encourage all of you to get involved in Adaptation Without Borders. We've got this fantastic pavilion here hosted by ODI. Over the next week, we have a number of events coming up on transboundary climate risks. Tomorrow, looking at doing a deep dive on Africa, doing another deep dive in the Hindu Kush Himalaya region. We have 13 partners around the world, but that number is growing all the time. We aim to have 3 pillars to our work, so not only to build the research and evidence base on these risks, but also to engage policymakers in these risks and have conversations with funders and those implementing adaptation programs to build resilience to these risks in practice. So we need all of you. Oh, you remember? Okay. We need all of you with us on the journey. But we've done a huge amount to raise awareness of these risks, to build a platform for these risks with the support of many in this room here today. But the time has come, the time is overdue for solutions and resilience building to these risks. So I'm going to hand over to Ayman for the final word, because he always gives a good final word.
No. It's working? Okay. Oh.
Maybe we try.
Is it working now? Yes. 1, 2, 3. So? Okay. So yeah, there were 2 points I wanted to briefly make. Apologies for, but I just remembered them. The first of which is to signal within the context of regional collaboration the very important work that the Adaptation Without Borders did in Africa, including when it comes to AMSEN and closely working in that space, for example, in Dakar, and since to make sure that not only are we pushing this agenda forward, but we're also providing solutions to the issues that we identify. I think that was a point I wanted to make. And the second, in terms of opportunities next year, the IUCN World Conservation Congress is also happening. It doesn't happen that often, only once every 4 years, and it could be an interesting space as well to see how we can further drive this forward. Thank you, and apologies for coming back. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I also love your accent. So just to continue with the theme. I want to thank our panelists, want to thank everyone for joining us here today, for those joining online as well. It's been a fantastic dialogue. And I'm not a great moderator. I didn't do the one thing that every moderator should do, which is at the beginning, recognize the organizations that were involved in organizing today. So I do want to acknowledge that this was organized and all the hard work done by the Stockholm Environment Institute, the Institute for Sustainable Development and International Relations, IDRI, the United Nations Environment Program, and the Overseas Development Institute in organizing today's session. Thank you for being here with us. And we wish you good luck with the rest of your day, and please do leave your headsets on the chair. Thanks.